everybody, and welcome back to Dusty Book Sniffers. My name's Nicole, and today I am here for a 10-hour sprint. So we are planning on being very productive. I know that it's probably late for a lot of people, but you know, it's only 1 o'clock in the afternoon for me. So I'm going to be here for quite some time. All right. I have a lot to get through today, so hopefully I can help and motivate you to keep on track and get lots of stuff done. I might be slightly glitchy at the moment because I do have my editing software running, and I need to get a video edited and onto my craft channel because everybody is waiting for it. So I'm going to be here by myself today. Coda had a huge day yesterday on sprints, did 13 or 14 hours. I also joined them as well, everybody as well. So that was a lot of fun. We had a great time. But Coda is in a sprint hangover right now. So napping. And I just seen that Coda popped in, been napping all day. And that's fair. Now, Coda did put up his first video. So how exciting is that? It's a garden tour as well, and it was a lot of fun to watch that at 4 o'clock this morning after my new cat Voodoo jumped on me and scared the absolute bejesus out of me at 3 o'clock this morning. It was a bit of a jump start, and so it took me a couple of hours to get back to sleep. So I watched some videos, got back to sleep. Subsequently, now I'm been running late all day. So I should have had this video edited by now. I've got probably about 20 minutes left of editing. So I'll probably do, I think I'll probably do about an hour, and then I will export and upload that during our big break when we have a dinner break. So let me know in the comments what you're reading today. I am reading Hunting Charlie. I've got about 15 minutes left. 50 minutes left of that. I've just got to get the editing done before I can listen to that. And I also have a couple of pages left of Green Rider to do. I will be wrapping up for Haunting Charlie and then picking another one for Kindle MAYhem. I should be able to get another 2 books in before the end of the month, I think, because they're all audio that are left now. So, yeah, and I've only DNF'd 1 out of my list so far. I think I've got 5 left in the tub. Let me just have a look. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep, I've only got 5 left. So I'm not going to get to all of them, but I've made a good nudge. I've also done a lot of buddy reads as well this month as well. I've done a little bit of horror mayhem as well. So I think I'm at about 24 books for the month. I don't know. I'll have to check that. I will get back to you on that. So let me know what you want, what you're watching, what you're going to be reading today. The plan is to do 15 minutes to 30 minutes of chatting, depending how busy we get in the chat, and then an hour of sprinting. Now, this first sprint, I think I'm going to do it for about an hour and a half, just so I can finish doing off what I need to do for the editing, which won't take me too long. And then I can export that. So if I should happen to disappear, I will come back and that. So maybe set a little alarm on your phone when we go to a sprint for 90 minutes or 88 minutes, just in case I disappear, because that sometimes can happen. If not, it might go a little bit blurry because I am using a lot of RAM and whatnot with my editing software. But I have no choice. I normally have this done, but the damn cat woke me up and I didn't get out of bed until I think 8:30 this morning after I got back to sleep. And I hadn't filmed. So this is a film a tutorial, edit a tutorial, upload a tutorial today because I played on sprints yesterday with everybody instead of doing what I normally do. So yeah, everything else I got done except this one tutorial, so that's not too bad. All right, let's have a look and see who has joined us. Oh my goodness, the comments have just gone ballistic. Lexi is here. Hello, how are you? I'm going to be continuing with Zodiac Academy 1 until you fall asleep. Awesome. Well, hopefully you'll get a lot read. Hello, Melissa. How are you? I'm going to be reading Gothicana by Runex. I think that is how you pronounce it. I don't know. We don't come here for pronunciations. Remember that. Hello, Sunray. How are you? Thank you for joining. Appreciate you being here. Going to be alternating between books and podcasts. Awesome. And reading Once Upon a Sunset by Tiff Marcello. Excellent. Neva, I miss you. It feels like I haven't seen you for ages. How are you? How's work going? Hopefully they're not being too much of a drag at work and it's going fast for you and all that sort of stuff. So, yeah, wish for speedy work environment and get out of there really quickly. Hello, Bryce. How are you? Reading The Housemaid tonight and hoping to get as much read as possible. Well, we are here for the next 10 hours, my friends, and then Coda will be continuing on directly after. So you'll get redirected to Coda's channel. And, of course, closer to the end of the sprint, I will actually put that up in the pin it to the top as well. Hello, Athena. How are you? How did you sleep last night? Hopefully you got enough sleep and you've had a good day. And speaking of Coda, been napping all day. Don't blame you like that. It was a long time. And it was more. That was just on your channel because you also started with Nicole Noteworthy as well. So, yeah, so it was a big day for you. I think that's the biggest one you've ever done too. So, yeah. Good morning, Deb. How are you? Nice to see you here. Thank you for joining. I believe you're reading Green Rider as well. Hello to hello to Bryce and hope that you love it. That didn't want to come out then. Not at all. Not at all. I'm surprised I'm even here, to be honest. Starting The Empress of Salt and Fortune by Ning Vo. Nice. Hello, Christina. How are you? It's been a long day, so just booping the like button. I know, because you were up for all of the sprints as well, almost to the end, or right to the end, I think, as well. Hello, Chris. How are you? I'm finishing up my review for Sandwich. It's 3 out of 5 stars for me. That's fine. It sounded like a weird book. So, yeah. Bryce is saying that loving The Housemaid so far. Just got to one of the plot twists. Yeah. It spins, doesn't it? Just a bit. Everybody's saying hello. Hello, Saluna. How are you? Hope everyone is doing good. I'm doing great. I'm a little bit behind, but I'm doing great. I will catch up and I will be on task for tomorrow's crafty sprints. For anybody that's on my craft Patreon, I moved the sprints to, not the sprints, the live stream for Patreon till 6 p.m. tomorrow. So I've got another pretty big day of recording and things happening. I have a to-do list that's all that matters, and I'm checking things off and I'm getting things done, and that's all that matters, right? Hello to Neva. The kitty knew Coda had a new video out and what's the fault? You had not yet watched it. Yeah. Evidently. I tell you, I was so asleep, and then the damn cat jumped on me. Not just jumped on the bed, actually jumped on me, and I jumped I'm surprised the cat did not go flying across the room because I jumped like it was a jump start and a half. So that is a Coda's video just there if you have not seen it. I also had an announcement video go up yesterday for my Patreon, for BookTube Patreon. So if you have not watched that yet, that is on the channel. It was the last video uploaded. So go and check that out. It's got all the deets there. And I am also teaming up with my lovely friend Neva for the Naughty and Nice book club, which is part of the Patreon, or both our Patreons now. So go and check that out. Make sure you check all the details on the memberships on what you get, and so you get up on the right one. If you do join and you don't get automatically scooted over to the Discord for the Discord ones, which is the Friends with Benefits and All Access Besties. If you don't get scooted over to Discord, please do let me know, and I will sort that out for you, because we had a little bit of issues with the Discord not playing nice. it did not send a couple people to the Discord. So please do let me know if it is part of your tier, so I can let you know, get you in there, and you will be able to keep up to date with all the happenings. Got lots of stuff planned. The calendar is already in there for June. And we have our first little Patreon thing happening on Saturday. So keep an eye out for that. And yes, and then Neva and I will be getting together during the month, and we'll be reading a book and having sprints for that. And then we'll have a live show where we'll discuss the book. If you're in those Patreons for that book club, that is all in the Discord as well. And that link just there is actually Coda's garden video, which is absolutely amazing. I mean, for such a small space, Coda has managed to jam pack a lot of stuff in there. And that is like, I've got a space out the front here that I want to do similar sort of thing, so I can sit out there, read my books, enjoy a bit of, sunshine, a little bit of warmth in winter and stuff like that. It's on the south side, so in summer it'll be nice and cool. In winter, it just gets enough sun to be nice and warm. So I have some little bits and pieces that I took from the video to make my little space nice as well. So yeah, hello to Christina. Neva beat me to the link. Everybody's dropping Coda's link in now. Reading the Hunger Games and maybe uni. Oh, so Luna, we all know that Wednesday is not going to be your uni day. Any sprint day is not I hope you are getting some uni work done. How far along in your uni journey are you? That like first, second, third, fourth year, doing a PhD, all the things that come with uni and the progression that you can do. Coda's first ever video. Christina's on it as well. Alicia is also here. Hello, how are you? Going to be reading The Predator by Rooney. Excellent. I've caught up on the Green Rider. Yes, I am behind. I was doing a lot of stuff behind the scenes yesterday during sprints. I did not read until just near the end when I finished my book. Because I had a lot of, I had planning to do, I had thumbnails to do, I had videos to get up, I had all sorts of stuff that I was doing, announcements to do, readjusting your tiers over on the Crafty Patreon. So it was a big day, a big day yesterday for all the things that I needed to do. Hello to everybody. Sprinted for 19 hours yesterday from 9 a.m. Eastern to 4. See, you should have kept going. You should have went and got yourself a V or something like that and kept going. You could have done your own personal 24-hour sprints where you're online and know nothing. See, to do the long haul, you got to do like little micro naps. No, so yeah, you did well. You did really well, Coda. And that, yeah, I agree. That is mammoth. I think the most I've done is, I think about the same, 18 or 19 hours, where I was on Brittany's and then did mine as well, and then went to yours. And I think it was either 19 or 21 hours. That was huge. And it took me a couple of days to get over it. And I had to be back on screen. Like, I had a day break and then I was back on screen, and I was still, like, I had sleep on the Thursday. I sort of sat there just staring at the TV and had nana naps all day as well. And it just wrecked me. It was not until the Sunday that I was back to normal. I'm going to edit a video first and then read something nice. I think a lot of people get a lot of editing done during my sprints on midweek. Your video is so beautiful, Coda. I really want to come over and help you. Want you to come over and help us help with our sentences and words. Maybe after a nap or two. Hello to Alicia. All our friends are here today. Oh, everything just jumps. Now, where was I? Oh, my goodness. What happened? It just threw me right to the bottom. Hello to Alicia. Glenda will be reading Daughter of Mine by Megan Miranda. I still have to read that. That is it's on my priority list in the first couple of sprints. And then I'll switch to All We Were Promised by Ashton Lattimore. Nice. Sounds like you've got a nice evening of reading ahead of you. Jessie is also here. Good evening. Hello, how are you? Stop by to say hello and show my support by clicking that button. Unfortunately, I can't stay. It's been a long day and I'm ready to go to bed. That is fair. That is fair enough. I know that some people come here after being on Leandra's and then also on Brittany's as well. I popped in this morning to say hello to Brittany and then I did not get back again. The video just took a little bit longer and it probably didn't help that I kept getting interrupted as well. So, but I hope you have a really good night's sleep and we'll see you again next time. Hey there, Coda. Great garden video. It was absolutely wonderful. Athena, hi Saluna, and hi Anna, saying hello to everybody. And is it Stacey? I think I'm right. If not, Miss Peacock, I'm sorry. Still in a slump, reading Housemaid's Secret by Frida McFadden. That's the second one, right? I've got to read that too because the third one comes out next month, doesn't it? I'm pretty sure it does. Okay, what is going on? Oh, it's jumping again. StreamYards, don't do it to me today, please. Everybody's saying hello. Hello. Everybody's so friendly. I need to finish a stitch in time first. Okay, fair enough. We did start Green Rider last week, but you've got plenty of time to catch up. We're reading the whole series. And I do recommend the audiobook. I have the audiobook and I do recommend it. It's actually quite good. The pacing's really good and all that sort of stuff as well. And there's a sip of water because I've been talking all morning, but talking to myself because I've been doing a tutorial video. So it gets a lot. Love Marathon Sprints and hello to Coda. Yes, we do love we do like a marathon sprint around here. My son tried to get me to say I can say this word, but I can't say it out loud. I can only say it in my head. Colloquialism. There you go. I actually said it. Today I can read it, I can spell it, and tell you what it means, but I cannot say it. I'm the same. Hello to Stacey. Not at work today, called out, but I will be on Thursdays. I'm reading Magnolia Park's Long Way Home. How come you're not at work today? Nice day off because you worked a public holiday yesterday. Hello, everybody saying hello. Hello. Hello, Miss Peacock, Lexi, and everybody else. Thank you for joining. I hope you enjoy it. It was one of my SFF series. I don't know what that is for, but I hope you enjoy it too. All the things. Thanks so much. I'll let you know a bit later. Hey Jess, how are you? I'm here and I'm cold, huddled up reading Love Redesigned, about 250 pages in. Nice. Hello to Anna and Miss Peacock. Everybody's here today. Hey Jean, how you going? I'm watching Sabrina on Netflix on episode 2 on chapter 5 of the Half-Blood Prince. Nice. You are catching up. Catching us. I was up before they started and for a bit after they ended and had to be up for school this morning. Oh, that's harsh. That's harsh. That is really harsh. Going to bed as I have to work tomorrow at 8 a.m. Woohoo. Do you want me to put some sarcastic undertone into that? Woohoo. Not great about work. Hello, Helen. How are you? Going to read during these sprints? I'm serious this time. Okay, well, we'll be able to help you. The first sprint is actually going to be an hour and a half because I have to finish off some editing and exporting. So I'm hoping that I can get it all done in that hour and a half. I only have a little bit left. I'm up to where I'm now putting all the bag together, and that doesn't take long. So there's all that. So, yeah. And I don't need to listen to it through again because I just drag and make sure everything's going because I've already listened to each section a couple of times. So it's just basically get it finished and done. Hello and good night, Jean. Yes, it was a pop in. Hello, like the button and then off to bed. But that's understandable. You do have to go to work. I'm at a 97% rating on NetGalley, only 2 arcs on my shelf. The Kindle MAYhem has been great for clearing my NetGalley shelf. That is awesome. I am so glad that you got so much done, because I think you were in the early, you were in 85 or something, weren't you, when you started, or 86 or something? Was that you, Chris? I can't remember now. But that is awesome, because you used it to clear your NetGalley shelf, and I'm so glad that you did that. That's amazing. Absolutely amazing. The book you choose. Nicole's new video. Thank you very much. My new author. I got in there today. Awesome. What was the new author? Did I miss it? Oh, was that the when the moon hatched? Was that the author you're talking about? My assumption is that I only need to be part of one Patreon, not both. Oh, for the book one, you can be book or you can be craft. It's up to you. You don't need to be both. No. So yeah, that's entirely up to you, and you don't have to be a member at all if you don't want to. It's just bonus. It's just bonus if you kind of like. It's not an expectation. It's just extra stuff for people that want extra stuff. So it's not an expectation. If it doesn't work financially, then it doesn't work financially. That is totally fine. You're still supporting me by coming to the channel, liking the videos, watching my videos here on the channel as well. There's just some extra stuff that's happening on the Patreon that people love to do and appreciate and all that sort of stuff. So, so for you, like, oh no, you're talking about mine and Neva's. Okay, for the book club, there, I'm not sure if Neva set hers up yet, but the book club is on both, and we're alternating between each one. So 1 month will be over on Neva's, which will be the start of this coming June. We'll start on Neva's, and then for July we'll be on mine. So we'll switch it where the sprints are happening. They just won't be public sprints. They're only for Patreon members, but both of our Patreons will come together for those sprints and live shows. So no, you don't have to be on both. The only difference is all the stuff that I have on mine, you won't have access to the other stuff because you're a member of Neva's. Does that make sense, Jean? Hopefully that makes sense. It made sense in my head. I don't know if it translated well into words. If you've got any questions, hit us up. That's the best thing. I'm sad to say things at home are so financially hard that we never know if we have enough for food, so I cannot join the Patreon until it approves. That is perfectly fine, and I'm so sorry that you are in that situation where things are so hard. It is the same for a lot of people at the moment. People are losing their jobs. We've just had more layoffs here for one of our biggest employers. It is tight for everybody, and I do really appreciate the fact that if anybody does join the Patreon, I really do appreciate the fact that you are giving me money to basically help me support the channel and also help support my family. But I totally understand that people do not have the money at the moment. I get that. I very much do get that because I'm pretty much in the same boat as well. I'm actually growing a lot of my food out there, like in my backyard, which I have I'm able to do that as well. And I'm wanting to get more pots and all that sort of stuff so I can grow more and to help supplement the food. Like I went up, my garden is off the Richter scale at the moment. I went up there. I've got one bed. It's just a nasturtium, and I think there's chili plants and tomato plants in there, but I can't see through the nasturtium because the nasturtium just took off. And in the other two beds, one bed's dormant because that had pumpkin in it, so that's all done. They've been harvested, but the middle bed, my parsley died when I first put it in there, and I didn't worry about replacing it because I thought, oh, I'll just go and get a big pot of it and then just have it in a pot and I can keep it in the shady area. I went up there the other day and there's like a big bush of parsley, curly parsley up there. And then all of my, I cut back all of my silver beets and whatnot because when I was away, no one watered it. They sort of died off. So I cut them all back and I sort of ignored it in the last month. And I've gone up there the other day because I noticed there was a pumpkin vine coming down into the backyard away from the garden. And I went up there and all my silver beets come back on. And all that. So yeah, and I've got to go up and harvest my basil tree as well because there is a ton of basil leaves on there that I need to harvest as well. So yeah, I really do like growing my own food and stuff like that. So Chris will be reading The Stranger's Companion next. It's described as an impossible mystery. The publisher put it on my shelf, but it does not sound appealing. It is available for you on NetGalley. I'm not adding anymore. I've already got 40 there that I've got to clear. Like next month, it's all NetGalley. All NetGalley. I'm going to endeavor to read as much as I can. I have sightseeing ones all keyed up. I've got 9 audiobooks for sightseeing and 1 Kindle book, but it's not an arc. And then I've got a whole heap of other arcs there that I'm going to try and get to for prompts. See if I can't match them up. So I'm going to get it done. Hello, Cool Gamer. How are you? Hello to everybody else. And first, because I started a new degree, speech pathology, got some done in Leandra's and Courtney Sprints last night. Awesome. Maybe next time. And you'll be all right. We won't see you for days. Oh, look, Nightbot's turned up. Remember to hydrate, everybody. Everybody should drink. Hello to Chris. And also show some love to the like button as well. Congrats on your Patreon, Nicole. Thank you. I appreciate it. Everybody saying hello to one another. And yes, it is Stacey. Awesome. Oh, it's jumping around again. Editing software, I know, right? It makes it a little bit, so far so good. It's not until I export it that it's going to go a bit weird. I'm usually okay if I'm editing because it doesn't draw too much until I go to export it. Yes to both questions. I'm enjoying it, but I just loved Rock, Paper, Scissors by I got this on your recommendation the other day, Stacey. So this is it now on my Kindle. I have blown my budget for June and July, but anyway, it's neither here nor there, right? I want to be that scared again, as I was with the last book I finished. Coda, you got any suggestions? Coda is our resident horror. I'm going to get Audible to use a credit for book 2. Nice. I'm going to get book 2 as well. I'm just on the 10th. I think just before we finish, I get a credit from, and I'm pretty sure that I get a credit every month. That's what I did with Wheel of Time. If I didn't get the credit, I'd just wait till I got it, and then yeah, and then I'd read it with my eyeballs, and then I'd catch up. So yeah, vindicated. I'll message you about the cough. Cool, no worries. Jessica's new video is there as well. Thank you. I love that we share all our videos. We've got to support one another. I mean, it's no good if we're just subscribing to each other. We have to watch our content as well. Speed all mine up. It's fine. You might only be able to get to 175. I don't think you'll be able to get 2 times speed because it might be a little bit fast. But anyway, I know, right? Like 97%, there's some NetGalley goals right there. Like book club. Patreon book club pick is the same author. There you go. I knew that. No, I didn't. Because Neva and I picked the first 2 because there was no one to vote on my channel. So so we picked the first 2. And then, yeah. So, yeah. I did see that you commented, and I was just looking before we went live that it was something about new author, and I hadn't got in there because I had to go live. So yeah. A book club is set up as long as you have Patreon and join my Discord. My announcement will be up there this week. No worries. I'm assuming to me that the humorous and lighthearted book turned out to be such a struggle. Oh no, not as bad as Enter Ghost or Soldier Sailor, so that's a bonus. But it just didn't do it for me. Yes, makes sense. Awesome. Some of the books with that people say that it's yeah, I don't get it. Either I don't have a sense of humor or I just don't get it. All right, Stacey, what kind of horror are you looking for? As it was rock, paper, scissors that scared you or a different book? The spooky setting was what got me. And it was I love an isolated setting. All right, Coda, you're on it. With that, we're going to go to wish I could find a book that scares me. See, books don't necessarily scare me. I can read about all that sort of stuff. It doesn't really scare me. And like the Haunting Charlie one that I'm reading off KU, when I looked on Goodreads, it said it was a horror. There's nothing horrific about it. It's like it feels like a cozy to me. Like, is there any such thing as a cozy horror? Because that's what it feels like. I actually feel like I am reading, I don't know, Hedgehog Hollow with paranormal aspects. That I mean, the last hour might get spooky, but so far, like, it's not great. So yeah. Sunray also loves spooky books. Exactly. Just got an email from a publisher about reviewing a Brazilian book about a tragic look at family trauma and how violence infiltrates our skin and behavior. Oh my God. That is so funny. That is hilarious. But their movies don't scare me either. No, like jump starts give me like a jump start. That's about it. But I don't know about now because I haven't watched them in so long because of my partner. He does not like them at all. Like, he doesn't even like really suspenseful TV shows either. Like, he watches crappy comedy and some crappy show that you have no idea what's going on or anything like that. But he doesn't like that sort of stuff where it gets your heart racing. Like, he watched Squid Games, and every time I walked through the room, he was sitting on the edge of his seat, like, ready to flee. So weird. Whereas I used to watch a lot of slasher movies and stuff in like all your regular slasher movies in the 80s and into the early 90s as well. Not a lot into the 90s because I had kids and it was harder to watch them with the kids around and stuff. So like probably from 87 onwards, it was a little bit less. But I haven't watched horror movies in such a long time. And yeah, and now I don't know whether I'm going to be okay with them or not. Like, I don't know if anyway, we'll find out. Of course you did, Chris. It sounds like right. The Ruins is horrifying. Going Blind looks bigger than it feels. I couldn't put it down. Starts and just does and nonstop. Contains body horror though. So yeah. I'm not sure if this is more thriller than horror, but I'm reading The Messenger by Megan Davis. Okay, so I haven't heard of that author either. That's probably the scariest and my favorite horror novel. Books don't scare me at all. Like that, I can read horror before I go to sleep, and it does not affect my dreams or anything like that because I do dream. But I haven't. I haven't been spooked. Like I think like I go, oh, like I do a lot of those sound effects while I'm watching it and like reading it, but I don't I don't get overly scared or affected by them. Hey, Sue, how you going? Thanks for joining. Thank you, Coda. I'll write those down. Haven't read Messenger. No Exit is another good one. Snowy Isolation thriller. It's really interesting about how it's about a convicted murderer, but we get really inside of what happens. Ooh, sounds good. The best, most original thriller I've read in the past few years is Still the Chain. Okay, I do like a thriller. I haven't heard of that one either. Thanks so much, Coda. My mother was over for a visit and she looked at some of my physical books and said, "Do you ever lighten up? These sound so depressing." And we just laugh at it. Lakewood by Megan Giddings is an excellent horror novel. Okay, good. I hope everybody's making a list. I'll look it up. Awesome. All right, we have got to the end of the comments. We are going to go to a 90-minute sprint. Let me just do the setting because I need to get this editing done because not 92, 90. Yeah, so I need to get that done. We'll be back. Now, if I do disappear, you might want to set your timers, everybody, yourselves, but I will be back. I'm using the Life at one because it will continue on counting down. So when we come back in, I will just add it. If I disappear, don't worry, we'll come back. The stream will keep going because it's just going to boot me out. That's all. So, yeah. All right. Let me just make sure that I've got everything up in where it needs to be. Is that there? There we go. I thought we'd go for the, this is deemed as the Hogwarts Library on Life At. So, yeah. Right. Let me just star and then we will where was I up to here? You are leaving the chat enabled, right? So that we can see it on the replay. Yes, I always have my replay. It'll take a little while to process. So yeah, but I always go into back of house and have the chat replay because I'm the same. I go back to other people's and then there's no chat down. It's like, oh damn it. So just for those booktubers out there that do stream, make sure you check that in the back of house so we can go back and check all of the chatty bits. And then after a 10-hour stream, it takes probably about 4 or 5 hours for it to show up for me because they process it to make sure that there's nothing inappropriate or anything like that. So yeah. All right, we're going to do a 90-minute. I'll be back. If I disappear, the timer should stay up. I'm just going to get booted out. It won't shut down my computer or anything. It'll just boot me out of StreamYards. But I will be back. And yeah, just know I'll be back. Happy reading, everybody, and I'll see you all soon. Well, hello, we are back, and I only got booted out once, so that was good. I've exported my video. This was the bag that I made for the tutorial, so it's a simple messenger bag. So yeah, just quick and easy. Got a little witch on the front because I needed something to put my current reads and my notebooks and stuff in. So I've got 2 notebooks, Green Rider, and also my Kindle in there, and it fits it all in there nicely, so I can just sling it over my shoulder and away we go. It's not fastened or anything, it's just, yeah, quick and easy one. I don't have to worry about latches on it or anything like that, and it stands up as well, which is good, and it doesn't, everything doesn't fall out. So yeah, that's what I filmed today to teach how to make an easy messenger bag. There's only like a little slip pocket so you can chuck a pen or your keys or something in there, and yeah, it's all good. All right, so how did everybody else go? I basically edited and then sat here watching my video export. So in the next sprint, I'll be uploading to YouTube, but that shouldn't kick me out because it doesn't use as much. It might get a bit fuzzy because it sometimes does that if I'm using YouTube, but usually I can have YouTube running and whatnot when I'm sprinting, and it doesn't interfere too much and whatnot. So now let's have a look at what happened in the comments. As I said, we'll be doing 15 minutes to an hour, like 15 minutes chit chat, and then an hour sprint because I've got the pattern to finalize and get that uploaded and do all the things because I decided to play yesterday instead of doing work. So I still got a lot of work done yesterday, but I should have really filmed yesterday and not got on a stream. But anyway, it is what it is, and I'll play catch up, and I'm good at working under pressure. So yes, I think I answered this before we went. Yes, you will be able to see that on the replay because I can't get them all down right now. That's fair enough. Okay, so The Chain is Really Hard to Put Down by Adrienne McKenty. No Exit by Taylor Adams, and The Ruins is Scott Smith. Awesome. Christina, I have a question for you if you're still here. Brooklyn reached out to me last night and we talked about on sprints, and I think you were in the comments as well and said you'd be up for a reread of The Tenant of Wildfell Hall and Jane Eyre because Brooklyn hasn't read them. So can you remember when we said we were going to read them? Because neither one of, I thought I wrote it down, and so did Brooklyn, and neither one of us can find where we wrote it down. So yeah, if you can remember and who else was joining in on that, that'd be great if you could do that, if you remember. So yeah, yes, it is, it's Rhea, that's right, instead of Sunray, but I like Sunray. I think it's nice. Have you read it? No, but I remembered your name. Yes, it's Rhea. All right, a little bit of Go Coda. Excuse me. I do really recommend that one though. I'm liking it so far. Awesome for quotes and descriptions. Nice. I've got it tabbed. As long as you've got it tabbed, don't forget to write it down somewhere too, because you'll lose them like you did yesterday. At Stacy, I also really love The Cabin at the End of the World, also Isolation, but not a ton of people love it as much as I did. I'm okay with bad crap happening in my horror stories though. That's fair enough. The ending peed a lot of people off too, but it didn't bother Coda. Cabin by Paul Tremblay. Look at me going, saying all the names today. Look for triggers on all of these people if necessary. Yeah, they probably would have a ton of triggers for sure. I'm so happy I've got that video edited. There's nothing worse when you've edited a ton of videos and you're just so sick of hearing your own voice. It's like, whew, I can relax now. I'll probably get sleepy. Lucky I've got a coffee. And I made some toast as well during that sprint while I was waiting. Hello, Jess. How are you? Thank you for joining. I just got off work and I'm eating dinner, and we'll probably get some writing done tonight. Nice. Just lost my page, but I found it again. Hello to Saluna. Hello to Jess. I finished Once Upon a Sunset. I like the ending, but I felt the start would have benefited from something. It was a little bit slow or something, was it, at the beginning? That's always a bit of a bummer when a book's slow at the beginning because it can actually throw you right off. Like, yeah. Anna got to 23% on my audiobook, and I'm about to walk the dog because I couldn't do so earlier. It was raining cats and dogs. Well, hopefully you've had a good walk when you come back. Wrote about 120 words. Getting tired, so I'm going to head off to bed. Good night, everybody. Good night, Jess. Hope you sleep well. Listening to podcasts now. Nice. See you next time, Jess. Coda has also gone off to bed as well. See some of you in the morning. Got your watch time. Thank you. Have a good night's sleep. Thank you very much. Hello to Glenda. Good night, Dakota. Thanks for the chat. Good night, Dakota. All the good nights for Coda now. Hopefully, Coda has a good night's sleep and he'll be ready to race in the morning for sprints, which is at 11 p.m. my time. So that is in 8 hours, just under 8 hours. So, yeah, because I'll be hanging around. Of course, we do have our big 2-hour sprint that happens around two more sprints, maybe 1.5 sprints. I don't know. We'll see how we go because I just done a big sprint then. So, but I definitely will be doing a 2-hour sprint so I can do dinner, cats, chores, all that sort of stuff. And then I can just chill for the rest of the night and read. I probably won't get any reading done until after that because I've got to do a lot of computer work, and writing and listening to audiobooks do not go hand in hand at all. Read 165 pages. This book is good. I'm at the 50% mark. I like this book a lot. I like the bag you made. Thank you. I love the bag. Oh, hello, Jamie. How are you? Thank you. Had corned meat. I did too. I thought I had pickles and I didn't have any pickles. I'm spewing. So I'm thinking that I'm going to scoot down the road during the dinner break and grab some pickles because you cannot have corned meat without pickles, right? Did my Duolingo, some notes on protein synthesis. That word there did not want to come out for uni. I was actually productive. That is awesome. Anna is back. Good night, Dakota. I'm almost done with my arc of Elaine, but by Will Self, finally. Not a bad book, but with all of the interruptions and me being in what feels like a slump, I was expecting to be done yesterday. But, hey, you read a lot, Jamie. It's okay to have a day off every now and again. And, you have done so well with your NetGalley because you're getting up there now with your NetGalley. So that's really good that you're getting up there. That I have not read any books off my shelf this month, and it feels so weird. Very, very weird that I haven't read anything off my shelf. I'm halfway through a book. Actually, I have read 2 books this month, didn't I? I can't remember. I've got 3 to put. I actually have read quite a number off my NetGalley shelf this month because I did all those cookbooks and stuff that came in, and I've only got 3 more. I've got 2 drafts done, and I'm halfway through another book, which is only 100 pages. So I'm hoping that I might get that finished on the weekend because the first drop for Tar drops on the 31st. So, yeah. Welcome back to Anna. Coda, I have Chain on my shelves. Oh, buddy read. I think Coda's already read them, but you never know, might be up for a reread. I thank you to Glenda. You are welcome, Anna. Got to 80% in house May. That was a productive sprint. Nice. We like to hear it. Gotta love a productive sprint. Thank you for the reading sprints, going to bed, and good night. Thank you for being here, Melissa. I really do appreciate you here all the time, and I really appreciate anybody that comes here on a regular basis and hangs out and listens to me waffle on about this, that, and the other, and all the things. So I do appreciate it. I hope you have a really good night's sleep, and we'll see you again next time, which is on Thursday night. We'll be back for more Green Rider pages, and Neva, I believe, is joining us also as well. So yeah, love hearts. Had to do laundry. Going to read soon though. Yeah, I'm doing all the things this afternoon. Apart from in the next one, I'm going to upload the video. I'm going to do all the paperwork that I need to do for the pattern. Then I'll do up the post and all that sort of stuff, and then I just have to wait for it to upload, and then I can set it to the tiers that get the bag tutorials over on the Patreon. It's been a hard month on Patreon over there. This month, a lot of people are starting to feel the pinch, and I've actually taken about half a pay cut, half of what I was getting. I've lost a couple of big, like, high tier ones, which cuts your pay pretty dramatically. So yeah, but you know, it's just a sign of the times and all that sort of stuff. So there's not much we can do about it. But hopefully things will turn around soon, and people will be feeling a little bit less stressed and whatnot. We love your waffles. Thanks. Rattling on. I love a good prattle. I do a lot of it over on my craft channel, because I do a lot of, like, I do diamond paint with me and stitch with me, and yeah, and that's always just like updates, what I'm doing, and then someone might throw something in a comment that I'll go off on a tangent and all those. I've tried to structure them, but I just don't. I just feel like I'm not a structured person when it comes to that sort of stuff. So yeah, people like it though. They tune in, they leave comments, they like seeing what I'm doing and all that sort of stuff. So yeah, once I finish this arc, I'll switch to my audio book, Moon Over Soho, so I can listen while I sort out arcs for which sightseeing prompts. Yeah, I did that a couple of weeks ago. As soon as we had the sightseeing prompts, I did not, however, worry whether they were sci-fi or not. I just I can't remember what team you're on. What team are you on again, Jamie? You're on my team, right? So, sci-fi. I did not have any sci-fi arcs or that sort of stuff. So, I thought, you know what, I'm just going to use them. Yeah, I'm going to miss out on 50 points, but I feel like I'm going to make that up anyway, because I'm a pretty prolific reader. Like I say, I'm not going to read a lot. Last Amazing Readathon, I read 29 books. So there's that. But yeah, that's what I did. And because if you're on sci-fi and you've got Storygraph, Brittany set up the sightseeing prompts over on Storygraph, and so you can go in and add your books to it. So it makes it super easy. Just open it up and look for your prompts for your sightseeing. Because yeah, like it's pretty easy that way. Like, it's better than scrolling through like, you're still scrolling through them, but I was able to go in and match up my arcs and one Kindle Unlimited book, because I'm not buying any books for like, I might buy an audio or something like that, but I'm trying not to buy any books. And because I've got so many audio, like I've got 25 audios over on NetGalley, and 9 of those are going to go just from the sightseeing prompts. So I'm hoping to get rid of all of my audio books that are on the NetGalley shelf. And I'm also looking at even like some of the smaller books that I've got over there, like because I've got 3 or 4 self-help books, I think, and a couple of witchy books, which are not overly big. So I should be able to use a lot of stuff for the Amazing Readathon. and I don't get hung up on the sightseeing. The sightseeing's there if I've got time to do it. You know, and I've also got to vlog every book that I'm doing as well. So I won't have a NetGalley number 4, like number 4 coming out in June, because everything that I'm going to be doing is essentially a NetGalley vlog, because I'm going to be using them all on that. So yeah, I'll work it all out. Like it's not, it sounds like it's really hectic and all that sort of stuff. I did not find it hectic, and I don't think you will either, Jamie, because you're like me. You get a book, you read it, get it done. Audio is the biggest one that I use. This month I've done all audio as well, because just about every Kindle book that I got actually came with audio. I think there was only one that was on my library app. And that one I DNF'd anyway. So yeah. So I'm just going to basically use my Kindle Unlimited and my Audible for the prompts, the actual prompts, and then if I can, I'll use the ARCs first and get rid of them. So, and then it'll be KU and then Audible, or the other way around. And for the face-off weekend, I just go in. I've got a wish list in there that is all, I think it's all Audible exclusive. And I'm pretty sure I've got a wish list there because I did it last year. It was so funny. I started out because I had a wish list there for like little hour-long ones. And I started out with, I think I started out with 18 or 20. And I ended and I read 12, but I ended up with 28 on that list. But then when Clue rolled around, we also had a similar sort of thing. So I got rid of a lot, and I think I got it back down to 15 or something. It's just like, I actually grew my TBR for the short stories in Audible. I'm like, oh my God, even though I read 12 of them. I just basically had a book going in my ear the whole time. And I think I read one with my eyeballs, and it was only like 20 pages or something, or 25 pages or something like that. It was a short story I had here, which is no longer here, and I can't remember it, because that also happens with Amazing Readathon. You start the month out strong. You know what you're reading. By the time you get to the end of the month, you've got no flipping idea what you're reading or what you've read. It's pretty full on. We'll just have to see how late I stay up tonight. I started early with my wine for tomorrow at Nell's $4 Mango Merlot from the grocery store. That is really tasty. Nice. These sprints are sometimes the only thing keeping me sane. Awesome. I'm glad we could keep you sane. It's always good to, keep somebody on even if it's not myself, keep someone on the even keel, right? Yep, sci-fi. I have a few sci-fi arcs so far and may request a few more. I was going to do that, and then I decided not to. I just I just figured I know that I'm going to do a lot of books. I say that I'm not going to, but I know that I am going to do in excess of 20 books on that for the month. And for me, that's fine. It's about having fun and all that sort of stuff. But yeah, I'll definitely check out a Storygraph tool. If June is anything like this month for me, I'll not have any trouble finishing enough books, but I'd love to finish more arcs along the way. Yeah. It's hard too, because there's 10, we know that there's 10, I believe there's 10, I could be wrong, but I believe there's 10 prompt drops for Amazing Readathon. So over a 30-day period, that's on average every 3 days. We just don't know when we're going to get them, or what roadblocks are going to be thrown up, or what challenges are going to be thrown in there as well. So yeah. And last year, I actually, because it was in August, I went away in August, in the last part of August, or the middle of August, something like that. I think around it was the last weekend of August that I was away. And I had to, I didn't know what the drops were or anything like that, and I had to think about it. what I was going to take with me. And luckily for me, the couple of books that I took actually worked for both, like were fine for sightseeing. We didn't have prompts for sightseeing last year that I remember. No, we didn't. We could just pick up any book and read it. It was just a sightseeing book. But yeah, and the couple books that I did take away with me were ones that Chrissy from Chrissy Stitches that is on here, moderator for Facebook and all that sort of stuff. And in August, she picks my TBR for me because it's my birthday month, and then I read what she reads, and then she reads what I've read, like I pick for her. That's what we did last year. And all the books that Chrissy picked me, except for maybe 2, were all chunksters and the beginning of a series as well. So, this August, I'm going to try and read the second and third books of those series and get them done. Yeah, I was like, seriously? What are you doing to me? But the books that I took actually worked really well, because one was for a seaside setting, or had water on the cover or something like that. And basically the book that I took was Leanne Moriarty's Big Little Lies, and it was set in a coastal area and it had water on the front. So so I had that one, and then I had 2 there that I could pick from for the sightseeing, and they were like 700 and one was 750 pages. The other one I think was like 600, just under 600. It was like wild, absolutely wild. I'm like, I don't know what I'm going to do when I get to 100% on NetGalley. Knowing me, I'll request a lot of books and go back down to lower. Hey, but you know, like, you think of all the money that you're saving by not buying those new releases. And you're still supporting the author because you're putting out reviews and all that sort of stuff. And even the other day, like when we were on Sprints yesterday, you were talking about sandwich and menopause and swimsuits, and Jaleesa was it, I think, picked it up, like put it down on the list to pick up to read. So I mean, you're doing a solid for the author, and you're saving money to boot. That's what I like about NetGalley. And because I said to my partner, I'm like, I'm starting to save money on my books now. He goes, how? You keep buying books? I said, no, the books I'm buying, I'm only paying $2 each. So I spend $20, I come home with 10. From Bob at the markets, or you know, somewhere else I might spend, you know, $50 or whatever every couple of months when I go to some of the big ones. But for the most part, I'm getting ARCs now, which are new releases. He goes, oh, that's really good. But he doesn't read with his eyeballs. He'd have to get like audiobooks if he was to get it, and he burns through them far too quickly. Like, I'm just glad that he doesn't have any other vices but reading, because he'd send us broke with the amount of books that he reads on Audible. But he does. He really does get stuck into the free books, and I often look on Kindle Unlimited for books for him as well. And if they've got come with audio, it generally means it's on Audible as well. So not all the time, but generally so. Helen thinks that going to go to sleep. I've been having an on and off headache for a while now. Yeah, the best thing to do: drink lots of water, go to bed. Take some meds before you go, wake up, start a day fresh. I hate those headaches. I'd rather just have a headache or not the one where you're on edge waiting for it to hit. Escape the Readathon is a different structure from TAR, but similar in that you don't know. Yeah. To be honest, last year, like I didn't feel like Escape the Readathon and Amazing Readathon were very, very similar. I felt last year, like it was prompt drops and all that sort of stuff, and it was easy to do. And yeah, so similar that you don't know what your team will be done to each prompt. Yeah. So every couple of days you are focused on new prompts. Yeah, it's exactly like you'll get there and you'll go, oh yes, yeah. I have so many series to finish. Luckily, we have that new serialized book club in the Patreon. So yeah, we've got that. So that might help you get through some series as well. I just hope that the participants in the Amazing River are less intense than previous competition. Oh, they are intense. They will be intense people. Some people take these things way too seriously. Yeah, I just stay out of it. I just don't get into it. I just don't. That's what the moderators are there for, and the hosts and all that sort of stuff. They're there to deal with those people that get a little bit intense. I sit on the sidelines and just go, people, chill. It's a game. It's supposed to be fun. But, you know, competitive people get a little bit, woo, and you just, yeah, I just sit on the sidelines and I just keep to myself and I just keep reading my thing. I keep submitting my books and doing my thing and just getting on with it. And that's, so yeah. In November, we will have, like we've got here, the KU and Kindle MAYhem. In November, we're actually, Coda's going to be involved. Neva's going to be involved. Vanessa's involved. There's a few other people that I've got to contact yet, that we're going to be doing NetGalley November. So basically, we are going to just absolutely smash out NetGalley arcs in November, as many as we can, and try to clear the slate and get our, like, everybody can set a goal, what they want to do, because everybody's NetGalley is different. I've got a list of different things. So, and I can sort of say it here because there's not too many people here now. So yeah, so basically I'm just working it out. You know, we'll have goal setting. So what you're going to set your goal to, you know, what you want to get your percentage up to, how many projected books that you think that you might read, and all that sort of stuff. I'm going to do up a bingo board so you can try and fit the prompts and all that sort of stuff. But it's about clearing your shelf, not necessarily, I mean, if you don't have any on your shelf, then you'll probably have to see if you can get some prior to that. But it's about sort of, you know, trying to get books off the list and get it done and get ourselves to a clean slate for the new year. That's what the goal is, but we're going to dedicate December. We're going to dedicate November, from the November 1st to the 30th for that. And then you can either continue on in December to try and clear your shelf so we can go into the new year with a clean slate and a higher score, so we get more new releases and all that sort of stuff. So yeah, I'm excited for it too, because I have way more than 32. I lied in that video. In my Patreon, I said, oh, if you're like me, crazy me like me, got 32. But I did also say there's probably a lot that I haven't added on there. Oh, yeah. So anyway, I just do the prompts and keep myself, enjoy the fun elements of it. Yeah, that's it. Keep to yourself. Do the prompts. You don't even have to do the sightseeing. Like, the sightseeing is just for people like myself or Jamie or Chris. We're fast readers. We get through books. We knuckle down. We knock out the prompt. Instead of sitting around twiddling our thumbs, we're still going to be reading anyway, and that we're better off doing a sightseeing book and getting points for our team. So you don't even have to do that. And if you don't want to work out what your money and all that sort of stuff is, in the announcement video, Bree said that if you just take the middle road, so you don't fly by plane and you don't walk anywhere, you just go the middle of the pack, you'll have enough money to get to each city and all that sort of stuff. So I'm not entirely sure what happens if you don't have any money. You can't progress any further, I guess, and then you're out of the race. That didn't happen to me last year. I calculated everything. There was a couple of times that I took the boat instead of the plane, and I played the game that way. That was a lot of fun. And I also earned cash back and stuff like that as well. So it worked out. I think I ended up with like $50 left or something. Something like that. It was a lot of fun. I had a fun time. And as I said, I even went away as well. I think there are probably a lot of potential women prize on NetGalley right now. I've added quite a bit to my wish list. Fair enough. So if you add to the wish list, is that on NetGalley? Do they just then send it to you or something? Oh, I need to do NetGalley November so badly. So yeah, and like, even for people that that have not done NetGalley or anything before, it's a good idea to go and have a look. I started my NetGalley out with Listen Now, to get my score up a bit. And I basically, what I did was I'd listen to an audiobook, I would write the review, and I just kept doing that. But on the list, I did a couple of read it nows as well. I can't remember what they were back when I started in 2021. But I didn't review them until I'd finished all those. And then that put my score, I think, at 25% or something. And then I just thought, you know what, to get myself up to 50%, I'll just keep doing the listen now, because I can get through those books pretty quickly. I've come across like Mark Wraith. I think his last name is Mark Wheaton, I think his name is. And he does horror books. And but both books that I've done on the list now for him, one was The Wraith, and I can't remember what the other one was. They were both fantastic books. I absolutely thoroughly enjoy them. The Wraith was on Kindle Unlimited, and came with audio too, last time I checked. And there's been a couple of other audio ones that I've come across that have been pretty good as well, and some memoirs as well. So yeah, but I'm going to do a few things and make it like a little bit fun, have a bingo card, maybe do a TBR game type thing and all that sort of stuff, and just do the prompts and all that, and then make it into a bit of a game, but we get to clear off our NetGalley shelf. Oh, you should look into it, Saluna. It's pretty good. Hey, don't be disappointed. Like when you first start, you won't get books that you're really wanting to read. As I said, you'll probably have to go for a few lesser known ones, lesser known authors, or read it now or listen now. You don't they're instant approval. So you can go there, and they're all new releases, and you can go there, you do listen now or read it now, and basically you review it and your score starts to go up. Like Vanessa and I are doing, if you wanted to read Fated, which is by Sarah Reedy, and it's a read it now. I don't think it's a listen now. I don't think that is, but it's a read it now. So you don't actually have to get approved for it. You can go there, you click on it and add it to your shelf, and then you can read it. We're doing that this coming weekend. I probably should have a look at that. It's a live stream where we're going to be reading Fated, as I said, by Sarah Reedy. And yeah, so let me just have a look. Wet weather warning. Oh, great. Just what we need, wet weather when it's cold. Let me just go to Dusty Books. I'm in my I am in my craft channel at the moment, so I actually have to search for it. Dusty Book Sniffers, there I am. Yeah, that would be on the, so if you're here in Australia, it starts at 2 a.m. on Sunday morning. I'm getting up for it. So you might watch it on the replay. But we both Vanessa and I have read the other two books, which were both read it now. So I listened to the first two. One was the first one was Ghosted, and I can't remember what the second one was. It wasn't as good as the first one, and this is the third one by her. Actually, the second one was good. Was it? No, that was Ghosted I'm thinking of. I can't remember what I rated. I think it was like 4 stars. So yeah. There's lots of things that you can do over there, Selena. So go and check it out. It doesn't cost anything to join. I personally have better luck getting books from the UK, because you sign up for the netgalley.com, but then you can also go to the UK one where books are getting released in the UK. I've had more luck getting books from the UK than I have literary fictions and stuff like that would probably appear on the Women's Prize for Fiction. And even other audiobooks and stuff like that, I have got approved more easily on the UK one than I have with a lower score, that is, with a lower score, I should put that in there, that I did with, that I have been with the .com instead of the .co.uk or whatever. So, yeah, anyway, you know what I'm talking about, right? I may enjoy reading my way through a ton of Read It Now arcs in November. Download new ones, see how many I can get through. See, that's also a challenge as well. Like, they don't have, like, the audio doesn't always have a lot on it. I usually check it once a week and I add a few more to my list. I haven't checked today. I'm a little bit scared, but anyway, let's have a check and see if I got approved for anything today. Nothing today. So at the moment, I still have, I think 11. 11 and 2, 3, 4, 5 are audiobooks. The rest are not. I still haven't been approved for Sandwich. That's still sitting there. And the publication date is on the 6th of June. So once that goes past, I'll probably just take that off. And I've got 11 there. I have in total, I think it's 41 books, 16 ebooks and 25 audio arcs. So yeah, there's a bit there to get through, but I'm okay with that because, as I said, I'm going to use it. But that is a really good idea. Download a new one and see how many I can get through. That's a nice little challenge. That one is there. I might actually set that challenge for the new to NetGalley people. So new to NetGalley, try this challenge. Go to Listen Now, Read It Now, see how many you can read in a month. Don't forget to review them and all that sort of stuff. So, yeah. No, if you have no money, you have the page count. That's right. Now I remember. Yeah. I remember Bree saying that. I remember now. I remember that conversation. I had to turn off Discord notifications because there were too many arguments about manga is the biggest pain. Like, honestly, if I was running something like the Amazing Readathon, I would just go, no, mangas are out because they just cause so much drama. Manga and the color of book covers. I was so puzzled at adults losing their minds over this. Yeah. Like, it's not that hard. If you read a manga, you read one volume of manga, okay, it's worth 100 pages. That's it. So it doesn't matter if it's got 600 pages in it. It's one volume. I think this is how it worked out. One volume is 100 pages. That was my understanding. I don't know if that's the same for this time, but that was my understanding last time. Like, it wasn't that hard to figure out. It wasn't rocket science. So yeah, I don't get it. Some of the Read It Now books I'd be eagerly requesting otherwise. Yeah. I just downloaded Roddy Doyle's new one this week from the Read It Now listings. Yeah. There's some pretty good books in there. Like, I got that Hummingbird Kiss one that I talked about in the last vlog. That one was probably the average. Like, it was a bit average, but it was still a good book. The Listen Mama one, which was a memoir that I got off the Listen Now, that was also a really good book as well. As I said, the Sarah Reddy one's Faded. That one is a Read It Now. I got that without having to wait for it. That's why Vanessa and I are both doing that together, because we've listened to the other ones. What else has been on there that's been, as I said, the Mark Wheaton ones were really good. There was also the Ostrich Mountain People. That was a really good one. Yeah, I've got a lot. I've got a fair few, and even just like women. I hate this tag, but women's lit. I've got a few of those off there. But the Windsor Secret, that was about the royal family, a secret baby, and all the rest of it. That was really interesting. A couple of historical fictions as well I've got that have been really good as well. I really wish this person would stop ringing me. It comes up as suspected spam. It's the same number. They've been ringing me on average every 20 minutes. And my phone was up. That's why I noticed that. Yeah, I also recommend reviewing children's books from the Read It Now because they're quick and it helps boost your score. I do cookbooks and craft books that are on, because there's quite a few on the Read It Now, and that's how I boosted my score. And plus, it also means that I can share them as as posts over in my craft Patreon. I've done that as well. So if I've read it and it's a good book, I've actually shared it with my Patreon, so they got access to new releases coming out and stuff like that as well. And I just provide a link so they can go and purchase them, and so it works in that aspect as well. And like cookbooks, they're really easy to read. For me, they're really easy to read. Like it's almost like you skim read those, but you're taking it all in and whatnot. I just recently got one. I was approved for that one though. That was it a Read It Now? No, it was a Read It Now. That was the Bean book. And that's got I've just had a flick through it, looking at the pictures. So what I do with those is I go through and have a look at all the pictures, make sure that they're matching up with the recipes and all that sort of stuff, and basically make sure that they're clear and all the rest of it, because that's like when you're reviewing a craft book or a cookbook, I feel like that is part of the experience. So you want to, like I reviewed one, it had no pictures, like it was just a textbook of recipes. It wasn't appealing, it wasn't inspiring, it didn't make me feel like I wanted to cook. But then you pick up a cookbook that's got pictures and stuff, and if it's inspiring and the pictures are clear and the food looks really good and all that sort of stuff, it should be mouth-watering, appealing, inspiring, and all that sort of stuff. So that's what I look for in those sort of in that. And then I'll go through each recipe and have a look, make sure that it's making sense, it's reading right. I think there was one where they got a couple of the steps wrong. I mean, I cook, so it didn't make sense to me. That wouldn't have made sense to anybody the way it was. It was like that they had flipped it and put the numbers in the wrong spot. It was like starting at the bottom and then working its way back up, but going down. But yeah, it was quite weird. So, but other than that, that was only one book that I've had that in. Other than that, they've all been really good. And same as the craft books as well. Like that's what I do on a daily basis. So numbers and math and all that sort of stuff around quilting and everything is quite quick. And also storage solutions as well around scraps and all that sort of stuff. I've done a couple of those. I've done a couple where it's just been quilts in it and whatnot. So it's been really easy to do that. So there's different ways to get your score up. You've just got to think outside the box. And you're not going to get the popular books that everybody's requesting and all that sort of stuff if your score's really low. You have to have a score. They even say they recommend 80. So as long as you keep working towards that 80, but just know every time you get approved for a book, your score goes back down again. So every book that you've got on there will go back down. I was in the 60s. I'm back down in the 50s. With all the arcs I got the other week, took me down to the low 40s. So yeah, you've got to, it's a game. It's a strategy game. What really surprised me was which books I was approved for this year. Despite my abysmal percentage, I was expecting not to get any requests approved for quite a while. A few people have said that too, and I think it depends on the book how much it's being requested too, because I got approved for a book the other day that had already been published, and I clicked on it by accident. I still wanted it, but I thought, it's been published. But I clicked on it and I got approved for it the next day, and it had already been published, but there hadn't been enough to to say that this is a good book or whatever. Is it a series, or can I start with that book? Say that. Which one? What book? Which book is that? Which book is that, Selena? I've lost. Just went to the Read It Now section. I really like the concept. There's also Listen Now too. So if you like audiobooks, go check them out as well. I believe it's like that this time. Okay, I'm lost. What are we talking about? I'll have to have a look. Is it a series? Okay, I believe it's like that this time. Reading one and finding the meaning. No, that's not Selena. Okay, I don't know what's going on. I'm lost. I have pretty much good luck requesting nonfiction. I really enjoy reading the ones on sharks. Yeah. And the one I finished this week about the Mississippi River. Nice. I've gotten a few to nonfiction as well. My first review was that technology one. Nice. I'm reading the one on finding meaning. Excellent. Is there any witchy nonfiction ones on there? Yes. Go into one moment, please. I'm just trying to think of the fine titles. The publisher that I have good luck with is it's not there. Did I not like it? I thought I liked it. See all your favorites. I'm sure I did. Yes, Watkins Publishing. I have got quite a number of witchy books from them. So you can go into a publisher and have a look what they bring up. But if you go into the categories, let me just have a look. Find titles. And if you go down to categories, so if you go to find titles, the main page there, and you go down, I went into the religion and spirituality. Oh my God, that word does not want to come out. And that's where I found a lot. And some of the witchy ones were actually read it now ones, and like there's a lot of spiritual ones there, but there's 217 to choose from. So yeah, and you can go into each individual one, and if you were looking for an audiobook on the subject or whatever, you can click on the listen now in that section and see what's there, or you can go to the most requested and see what's there, but it'll give you an idea. Just go and have a look around and have a bit of a fluff around in there, and I'm sure you'll get the hang of it. Cookbooks are a great idea. Oh, the 2 a.m. one, yep. It is called Fated. Let me just get it for you. My mouse just stopped working. Give it a shake. Shake it up. Where is it? Okay, so it's Fated, Fated, by Sarah Reedy, Ready, as in read with a Y, and Sarah with a H. And its publication date is for the 16th of July. So if you can get it read before then, you can put up the thing and all that sort of stuff. You can still do it after the fact as well. Just because it hasn't been, like, you missed the publication date, you still do it. You still get points for it. I think you get less percentage added on, but yeah. So I'm just going to find titles, and I'm going to the Listen Now tab. There's a number of ones on the list. There is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10. There's 12 Listen Now ones on there. Some are like Mind, Body and Soul. There's a couple of nonfiction on there. There's a women's romance. A couple of those. There's a middle grade sci-fi, which I do actually have on my shelf. So I'm hoping that it's going to it's called Our Vengeful Souls. So I'm hoping I can use that. On the Read It Now, because you've got Listen Now and Read It Now, there is quite a number of them. There's a few pages. There's 5 pages plus, and there's 15 books on each one. So there is a lot of Read It Now ones, and I'm just having a look to see if Fated is still on there, because if they've met the quota, it might not be on there anymore, because they only have a certain amount to give out too. So that's why sometimes you don't always get them. It looks to be not there right now. No, it looks like they've given out enough. There's a couple of like comics and graphic novels on there, and these are all Read It Now. There's a couple of kids ones. I'll be home for mischief. There's a kids one. There's the Not So Wicked Witch. There's a couple of kid ones. There's actually quite a few kids ones on here that you'd be able to use. But I'm not seeing Fated on there at the moment. So it must be gone. There's quite a number of historical fiction as well, general fiction. There's over 10 pages of Read It Now. So you could go through and you could find a heap on there. Creepy Kitchen. This doesn't come out until August. I've actually reviewed this. It's a cooking book. It's a cookbook, and the artwork in it is really nice. So I reviewed that one the other day. Yeah, Faded doesn't look to be on here. There it is. Yeah, it's on page 10. And it's got if you look at the thumbnail on my homepage, it's the same coloring as that. So yeah. But yeah, it's there. There's a lot on there that you could get. Like every time I click on a page, there's more pages. So I've got up to 11 right now, and there's 13 that I can visibly see. There is a lot on here. There's some literary fiction. There's humor, fantasy, romance, sci-fi. Ooh, that one looks good. Romance, sci-fi. Might add that to my thing. It's supposed to be sprinting, and here I am. How many pages is in that? How big is that? It's going to tell me? No, it's not going to give me that information. Nice. Oh, there we go. 618. No, I'm not requesting that now. I don't need that, and it's book 4 anyway. So, all right. Yeah, so there's lots of things that you can look at. That was for Manga Fortar. It's the same page count. Okay, cool. Yeah. The one that really stuck out for me was Donna Leon book. Such a successful author, etc. I put in a request just on the off chance because I love that series and still not sure why they approved me, but that's okay. That's all right. But yeah, go over and check out the Read It Now, Selena, and see what. And also, there's a few listen there now as well. There's not as many as the listen now. And honestly, there's not as many audiobooks as there are e-arcs and all that sort of stuff. So you just got to work out, how quick you're going to read them, whether you're going to get your score up and all that sort of stuff, and how you're going to do it and all that. So, yeah. All right. Let me just refresh this. I'm going to put it to 60 minutes. We have talked for almost an hour. And all that sort of stuff. So I do apologize for that. I know that some of you are here for sprints. We're going to go to a sprint. I'm Hello, we are back. I got my video uploaded and I didn't get kicked out. I also got all the pattern bits and pieces written up and drafted and finalized, and I almost had it up onto Patreon. So got close, but not close enough. I've just got to do up the little blurb about what it is and all that sort of stuff. And then I'm done with all of that stuff for today, I think. I haven't checked my to-do list yet. Let me just have a look and see where we're at. Yep, filmed that. Let me have a look over here. Done it. Did the stick with me. Done the what's on letter. Have not done that. Have not done that. Done it. And I'm doing that. All right, I only have 2 things left to do. Look for another tutorial to like go through my tutorial list and pick out what I'm going to do next. And then I was going to do a pile of possibilities for June, but I actually scrapped that video. So yeah, because there's no point, because all the books are just speculation. So there's no point. So I decided that I'm not going to do a TBR, possibilities, whatever the case may be. All right, let's have a look how everybody else went and who joined us. Yes, the audio did cut out. It didn't cut out as per se. I accidentally clicked mute and didn't realize that I clicked mute, and I was still waffling on. And all I was saying is that when we come back, we'll chit chat for a little while, then we'll go to a 2-hour sprint so I can do dinner and do the kitty cats and do all the things that I've got to do. They put the bin out, all that sort of stuff that I've got to do. So yes, it did cut out for everybody. So yeah, I do apologize for that. And everybody's like, yeah, it did. So my bad. Hello, Monica. How are you? I'm finally home. What a day. So happy to be settling in and reading with you guys. That's awesome. We're here for quite a number of hours yet. So if you're getting ready for dinner and all that sort of stuff, that was half an hour, 40 minutes ago. So if you're getting ready for dinner, our dinner sprint is coming up next, where we're going to go for 2 hours. As I said, I'm going to do all my chores and everything. I've got a couple of dishes to do. I've got a load of washing to put on. I've got a load of washing to bring in. I've got to put the bin out. I got to sweep the floor. I went to vacuum the floor before, but the vacuum cleaner was flat because Neroli does not plug the vacuum cleaner in to recharge. It drives me to distraction. I mean, it's not that hard. You're taking it back to where it lives. All you got to do is plug it in. Go figure. So anyway, I went to vacuum before and also clean up out here because I've done a tutorial today, and there was shish everywhere and I couldn't vacuum. So I've got to do that as well. So it's not going to be a restful 2 hours for me. It's going to be pretty much a flat out 2 hours. I've got to, as I said, I've got to look through. I just checked my to-do list and I've just got to pick out the next tutorial that I'm going to do and decide whether I'm going to do that on Patreon or whether I'm going to do that on the main channel. So yeah, I'm thinking that I might go back to some more beginner friendly, my bread and butter for the main channel. I got sick of being harassed there for a while, so I just focused on Patreon, and they have been reaping the benefit. I mean, I've got all that stuff, like I've got all those tutorials and everything that I've done for Patreon there that I can put across to the main channel, but I'm not going to do that because that's just being lazy. So yeah. So what are you reading tonight? Let us know. Hello. I'm back. Knitted 2 rows of grandma's flower blanket and now heating up some leftovers for dinner. Nice. Before we get another power cut. Yeah, get in there while you can. Finish finding meaning on NetGalley. Posted my review on Goodreads as well. Nice. Anna has gone off to bed, but got to 30% of my audiobook and will read for a bit from Wolfsong before bed. Thanks so much for the sprints and have a great day. You have a fabulous sleep. Good night to Anna. Welcome back, Jessica. Thanks, Glenda. So welcome. Atia edited and uploaded a video. Also got to 86% in top story, and I'm editing some short form content for Instagram and TikTok. How is it? I'm not sure how it's 3 a.m. But alas, you're a bit of a night owl by the looks of it. Spent that sprint exploring that galley and finished watching Van Helsing. Nice. I got faded so I can join you guys on Sunday at 2 a.m. I will be looking all disheveled, no doubt. No, I'm actually on Saturday night. I'm going to bed early at 6 o'clock. And so I'll just get up at midnight. That'll be my 6 hours in a 24-hour period. So I'll be fine. And then I can always have a nap during the day because I'll probably, I think the plan is we're going to stay on Vanessa's channel for a little bit. And then I've got to schedule another sprint, which I forgot about, which I'm going to do in the next sprint, I think. When I come back, remind me. I've got to schedule a stint over on this channel here. So yeah, it's all happening. It's all happening. It's all happening. So yeah, cool. Awesome. And that's your first snack, Ellie. Look at you go. Welcome to Monica. Oh, I just realized I got three. I just realized I get 3 days of Nicole. Yay, 2 hours sprint will be great because then I can get a decent chunk read of my big book. Excellent. Excellent, excellent. Did absolutely nothing in that sprint, but that's okay. That's fine if you did absolutely nothing. Sometimes we need that. That's productive in itself because sometimes we just need to chill and do absolutely nothing. So yeah. What time do you sprint start tomorrow on the craft channel? 9 o'clock. They start at 9 a.m. So 11 a.m. for you. You're 2 hours ahead of me, aren't you? Yes. So yeah. 9 a.m. That they're all scheduled up on the craft channel. So if you're not sure what time it starts in your area, just head on over to Divinely Designs and they're all there at the top, the same as how I set it up here on BookTube. It's the same over there. You can find it all there. So I'm pretty happy with myself. I got the thumbnail done. I got everything done. I've just got to press save and I can now close down YouTube. HD is up, so they'll be all happy. I've just, at the beginning of the next sprint, I've just got to execute. I've just got to finish my little blurb. It's all over there, I think. I don't know if it is or not. Let me have a look. Is it here? No, I haven't put the video link there yet. So I'll do that now before I forget and someone sends me a message going, woman, you forgot the link. Last month I put up a video and I completely forgot to put it to unlisted and it was private and it was like that for 3 hours before I picked up my phone again because it went flat from it and I'm like from filming and I had it in the bedroom and like I'm just prattling away talking to people on the phone doing stuff here, there and everywhere and people are like, we can't watch this video and I'm like, oops, sorry. So yeah. And I believe they're also Christina has also put the craft sprints on the spreadsheet, the BookTube spreadsheet as well. So as far as I'm aware, I'm the only person that's doing craft sprints. And I started doing that because I wanted to get stuff done and whatnot. So yeah. It'll be 9 o'clock. Somewhere in the next sprint, I will disappear for a couple of hours as it's trivia night. Oh, good luck. Hopefully you win, or you're going to have to throw this week because you've won too much. That's all. Have fun, though. Have a drink for me. I drink tequila and lemonade or gin and tonic, or you could have, scotch and squash is nice. A JB squash, scotch with squash, so solo would be nice. Any one of those will be fine. Thank you. That's if you drink. You might not drink, but yeah, have one of those. The one time I actually stopped being a hermit and I see other rude people, yeah. That's like me. I go out once a month Like if Savannah's here, we might go over to the markets or whatever. But I go out once a month and I socialise, and that's to my cross-stitching meetup on the Sunshine Coast. I meet up with a group of ladies who I will be actually cruising with. I've been saving up for a little over a year to go on a cruise with them. And I paid for that the other day. I finalised the payment, and I've just got to get my travel insurance, and it's all done. And we're going on a cruise for 8 days up to Cairns, and yeah, I plan on running amok. There'll be footage. We're going to go on a library hunt, see if we can't find a library on the cruise, because not all cruise ships have libraries. So we'll see if this one has it. So yeah. And that's the only time I go and do it. And then, I make up for it and I go for a week and spend in close quarters with lots of people. Fed all the cats during that sprint, so I'm not quite done with my arc, but I am getting closer. Nice. We threw it 2 weeks ago. We came in dead last. All right. Well, we're going for the win tonight. All right. Well, I hope you have a lot of fun doing it. And, yeah, it should be a good night. And we'll see you in a couple of hours anyway. Came in dead last. Way to throw it. Like, did you just not answer any questions? Was it hard, or did you actually throw it on purpose? Because I know that some people get a bit feral if the same team wins all the time. I used to go and watch and like years and years ago now, I used to go and watch trivia nights and dart nights and pool comps and just watch how feral people got after the competition. It's just wild, eh? Oh, dear me. We actually tried. Well, at least no one will get upset if you've won every week, since then. Do you go fortnightly or do you go weekly? Did you just say that one time? I stop it. No, you didn't say whether you go weekly or not. All right. Well, we are going to go to another sprint. We've been talking for 15 minutes anyway. Did you find lots more stuff that you want to look at over on NetGalley as well? Be careful though, because if you want to work it so you're doing things as they're coming out and being released and all that sort of stuff, you may be careful that you don't get too many so you fall behind like I have, because that is also a downfall as well. So yeah. People accuse us of cheating all the time. We have a good diverse range of people, and you go weekly. Nice. That's a good day out then. And you go on Wednesdays, obviously, because it was Wednesday last time too. Yeah, I did. I've only picked Fate, but we'll keep an eye on another few. Nice. Chris says, when I first did NetGalley, I requested too much and it took months to get through them and it was exhausting. Yeah. I just don't think about it. Like I endeavor to get, like, I've got some that have been released and I've just missed the deadline by a day or whatever. But for the most part, I try to get them out. There's a few that I'm catching up on. June will be my big catch-up month. And then, as I said, come November, I would like to clear the deck, get my percentage right up, and clear the deck for the new year, and then be very selective with what I request and whatnot. And, yeah. Monica, I'm trying to work out if it's even worth picking a TBR for June since I'm taking part. I didn't pick a TBR last year. I had a TBR picked for me for my birthday before the Amazing Readathon was announced. I didn't really know that was coming. So I did have a TBR, but I used those books for sightseeing last year. So I didn't have a TBR, and I was just going to do a pile of possibilities. And I'm like, there's no point in doing a pile of possibilities because it's speculation. So yeah. I just figured whatever the prompt is, that's what I'll pull off. That's what I'll read. I mean, most of the books I have on my bookshelf, all the things I have on NetGalley are all things that I want to read. And stuff in my Audible is stuff I want to listen to. And I'm sure I'll be able to, I've got a list of stuff that were listed as sci-fi on KU that had audio with them. They are all in a wish list. So I'm just going to look at those. As long as I can get something and I don't have to buy a book, I'll be happy. So yeah. Last time I'm pretty sure I read nothing from my TBR. Yeah, I very rarely, unless I'm a host, like I was a host for Clue, so I did a shop my shelves for white books. I don't even think I read any of those white books, but I just done it because I was a host, so we gave people ideas and stuff like that. But I don't think I did a TBR for Escape, because I did Escape the Readathon last year and I used my Kindle, but I didn't use I didn't have a TBR, and I didn't have a TBR for Amazing Readathon last year. So yeah, but as I said, Chrissy picked me a TBR, 8 books for me to read, and I used them for sightseeing, and I didn't finish them all in August anyway. I ended up rolling over to, because they were all chunksters. They were all like 700-page books and didn't have audio for all of them and stuff like that. And I think one of them was the last sightseeing book that rolled over into September. I think I finished it about mid-September, if my memory serves correctly. I'm trying not to overwhelm myself, as I have a lot on my physical shelves, and I want to get through those. I'm a mood reader. Oh, so you're not making a TBR, you're a mood reader. You're mood reading the prompts. That's fair. That's fair. That's not a bad idea, Selena. Maybe I'll just lean into the mood reads. Yeah. And just, I mean, you've got 3 days to read a book. I mean, that's if they drop every 3 days. So, I mean, if you do the math, that's what it's going to be. So, yeah. Just, yeah. Read what you're in the mood for. Just make sure you work the prompt, get the prompt done as quickly as you can so you can move on with your team. I have one book I have to read for a book club, but I've already accepted it. It's probably not going to happen. It's not going to come up for the readathon. Yeah, that's the worst thing. You got these stuff you're going to have to read anyway, and it's not even going to count. I've not focused too much on deadlines. I may prioritize books coming out sooner when deciding to read next, but I mostly mood read. Yeah. I'm planning on making a sightseeing TBR for the Amazing Readathon. Fair enough. Well, I technically have done that because I went through my NetGalley arcs and put them all on for sci-fi, but they're not sci-fi books, so yeah. But they're audios that they are audios that were due to be out, like they came out in January, February, March. So I'm getting rid of all those, and April. Yeah, and April. So the first 4 months, all books that I was behind with, 9 of them. So I managed to get rid of them, which is good. I would also look at page numbers when you request NetGalley arcs. Some can be quite long, and it slows you down if you order too many. Yeah, well, I just looked at one then that was a sci-fi one. I thought, oh, I could get that. But when I looked at it, it was like 618 pages. I'm like, yeah, no, I'm not going to get that read in 3 days. No way. Not with work and everything. Because like this, to me, this is my day job. Like, this is what I do. I'm building my platform and all that sort of stuff. So I can't take time off to sit down and read a 600-page book when I'm participating and all the rest of it, because I also have like day stuff. Like when I say day job, my craft stuff I'm talking about, not booktube. But I listen to books while I'm working and sewing and stuff. Thankfully, I'm Team Fantasy, and all of my group reads and book clubs are fantasy, so that's good. Yeah. I went with sci-fi because I just went with Brittany, because it doesn't matter what Brittany, what team she's in, because I was in last year, I was in Blue Team with Brittany. I wasn't for Clue because of the fact that Clue or Battle of the Girl Bands. because I was co-hosting. But there's been a few other things that I've just like followed Brittany around, not on purpose. That's just where I ended up. Nah, but this time I actively chose to be on Brittany's team, which I'm glad, because sci-fi is the smallest team, like the teeny tiniest team. I still don't know why more crafting publishers don't send you ARCs, since you would be able to publicize them on your channel. Yeah. I actually have been rejected from craft books, and I'm like, okay, but you know, I don't really care, because they're a lot of craft books anyway end up in the Read It Now, because no one requests. Obviously, a lot of people don't request them, and then they need people to review them. So that's not so bad, because then I've got the opportunity to get them without having to stress whether I'm going to get them or not. So yeah. I mean, eventually they'll give me craft books. The more they see that I review craft books, the more they'll start looking at me. And that's why I gravitate towards them, because essentially I would really like to have a good selection of craft books coming in so I can share them with my 35,000, 34,500, whatever it is, subscribers over on YouTube. Like, so yeah, anyway. Go figure. Glenda is on team general fiction, contemporary, literary, and historical. See, I was gonna go on that, but then I'm like, lately I haven't really, like, I just read so many literary fictions for the Women's Prize for Fiction, and the last couple of historical fiction I've picked up, I've been a bit meh about, and so yeah, so I decided to go with sci-fi, and also I want to read more sci-fi as well. So it was a good excuse to go through my KU and see what was on there. And I found quite a few. So yeah. We had one challenge during Escape that was pages instead of whole books. So I used my arc of Familiars, well over 900 pages that weekend. Excellent book, by the way. Just long. Go Team General. Being represented. Surprise, they don't take your viewer count into consideration. Well, I guess when I started requesting craft books, I hadn't actually reviewed any craft books. Now I've reviewed quite a number. I think about 8 or 10 of them. But for the most part, I haven't really worried about requesting them. I've just been going to the Read It Now and getting them. So, I mean, eventually, once I get my score up, and I really do think that the craft section, because it's such a bitchy section, I wouldn't be surprised if the people that publish those books are just as bitchy at times. So yeah, so I figured eventually I'll have a good score. Eventually, they'll start taking me seriously, and then I will end up having craft books coming out my YouTube, basically. And Selena used the uni textbook pages. Nice. Well, you're reading it. You might as well. Matt. All right, let's set up this timer for 2 hours, and we'll be back. We're all going to do a dinner sprint and get some pages read. I'm going to do some chores and all the things. So, yeah, I will see you all in 2 hours. We'll just save that. Thank you. Didn't think it was going to save then. Yes, definitely will. Yeah, that is after the Amazing Readathon for the later part of the year. I am actually sitting down and I've got a checklist that I've got to go through. There's a ton of emails that I want to draft up and all that sort of stuff to send to publishers and stuff like that, to introduce myself and say, hey, I'm, this, that, or the other, whatever it is, show them my NetGalley score as well, because it now has my badges. If I go to my dashboard, I now have 50 reviews and top reviewer badges. So I was going to screenshot those NetGalley member, professional reader is also there as well. But I wanted to wait until after June when I got I've got to stop coming on here. Feast of Good Fortune is a cooking, food and wine. It comes out in December. It is 76 recipes for the 75 recipes for a year of Chinese American celebrations. Yum. It's also got the Mid-Autumn Festival. Can't read the writing on the front, but it seems like it's got a few nice things in it. It's only 256 pages. I like the look of that. Does it send it to Kindle? I hate it. Does it tell you? Yep, there. Send to Kindle. Cool. I'm going to request that. That looks good. Thank you. And only 14 people have liked the cover. So, yeah. And it's from Sasquatch Books. I can't go past that. Like, just the publisher alone. I know. It'll be interesting to see if I get it. Because I've done a lot of cookbooks, so it looks interesting. I just read the blurb pretty quickly while I was talking to you, and it looks really interesting. But I've requested that, so there's another one that I'm waiting for now. I love Chinese food. So if I can make Chinese food and I've got good recipes to go from, I'm all over that. All right, let's start the timer. I will see you all in 2 hours. Good luck at trivia tonight, Selena. Have fun. Can't wait to hear about your night. I've gave you a list of drinks. Maybe get everybody to try some. You can all get a bit tanked while you're playing. And I'll see you all in 2 hours. Happy sprinting, everybody. All right. We're back from our 2-hour sprint. How did everybody's dinner, breakfast, midnight snack, or books go? I got my chores done. I got the bin out. The only thing I didn't do was the vacuuming because Voodoo was being a psycho. And I cannot find Beans anywhere. She's hiding. She's outside. And so I spent a lot of time trying to find her. She has a really good hiding spot in the yard, and I cannot find where it is. And like it's like she meows, but I head in that direction, and then she shuts up. So I told my daughter when she gets home a bit later, just to keep an eye out for her and stuff like that. And I just keep going and banging the tin, and hopefully she'll come in. So, yeah, I don't know what she's doing, why she's out there, but I think that there was a lizard that was close to the house today, and it might have spooked her a bit. It sounded like it, and I just couldn't see it. So, yeah. Anyway, she's in the yard. I can hear her when she's in the yard. I just can't find where she's hiding. And I think she's actually underneath. We've got these, they're called Pentax. They go on the back of trucks. We've got 2 of them, and they're off the ground, and we store stuff in that like mini storage sheds that we can move off the property. And she gets under there sometimes, and I think that that's where she's at, because she's not. I thought she might have been in the gym, like she might have got locked in the gym or something, but she's not in there either. So I have her 3 babies meowing at me every time I go. They're eating solid food, so it's not too bad. They're not starving. They're just meowing at me every time I go into the kitchen. Laundry. I got a load of washing done. I didn't read any. I started watching a TV series called Death Comes to Pemberley from 2013, and then I realised it's a book, and I'm like, ooh, I need to get that book. And so I put it on a wish list. So now I don't know whether to keep watching or not. So yeah, I watched episode 1, and then it was when episode 2 come on, I'm like, oh, it's a bloody book. And I prefer to read the books first. And then I noticed on Prime there is a Gentleman in Moscow is on there. On Stan, 3 Women is on there. So I've got some books that I need to read. I started A Gentleman in Moscow, but then something happened and I didn't end up picking it back up. I think I've read like 2 pages of it, and I just put it down. I don't think I was in the mood for it at the time, and then I just put it down. So I will have to scoot that up the list a little bit. Actually, I haven't seen it for a while. Where is it? I wonder if Savannah took it home with her. I don't know. It's so funny. Like I know when something's not there. Like it's so weird. All right, let's have a look what's going on in the comments and who's still here. We've still got 16 people watching, which is lovely. I was talking to a few friends on Instagram as well, and then my phone went flat. So that ended that conversation. So it's on charge now. It's supposed to be charged in an hour, so I should be able to continue that conversation. Selena's heading off already. We'll be back in a couple of hours. Ooh. Still got hours to go yet. What have we got? 3.5 hours? We should be able to get another 2 or 3 sprints in, I reckon. Finished the audiobook. Yay! Now to pick another before I eventually fall asleep. That was an hour and a bit ago, so you might be already asleep there, Atea. Dinner is done. Nice. What did we have? Finished my arc of Elaine and sent the feedback. Tidied up my NetGalley and downloaded 2 new ones I was approved for. Nice. I did not look anymore. No, I don't want to. So I did put the that Chinese food one on. So yeah. But anyway, it is what it is. Newsletters, best way for updates, all that sort of subscribe and all that sort of hoo-ha. It was just a little blurb that I was reading there. So yeah, you're kicking goals with your NetGalley. Started the Phoenix and the Firebird, one of the 2 new ones, middle grade fantasy. I think it's set in China and Russia in the 1920s. It sounds fun. But it's nearly 3 a.m. So off for a nap, and we'll resume 1 in the morning. Nice. Well, hopefully you have a good night's sleep. That was a little over half an hour ago, so you've probably already gone, Jamie. So I hope you had a good night's sleep. Sunrise also going to call it a day as well. Going to have a shower, then read before bed. Thanks for hosting. You're welcome. And thank you for being part of the channel. And yeah, I'm glad that you found your way here and you're enjoying the sprints and everything, and what we've got on to offer as well over on Patreon. Well, the power cut round 2 means off to bed for me. It's not late, but it's a bit hard to read in the dark. I made it to page 365 collectively today, and that's 160, give or take. Awesome. Well done. I have two very unhappy kitties with the storm happening at the moment. Oh, no. Oh, no. Hopefully she's not stuck and just being a troll with you. Yeah, she's being a troll with me because she's not stuck. She when she gets caught somewhere, like, she sounds like she's in pain. Like, she's not in pain, but she squeals like she's in pain. But she's just like, making a little sound. I'm like, stop it. Sometimes she does that. Like, she likes to stay out in the dark and do her nocturnal things. But I don't like leaving her out in the dark because my neighbor, I busted them one night setting cat traps, and they were trying to trap my cat. Because sometimes the cats are out a little bit after dark, and yeah, and I don't want to have to yell at my neighbor because he's old, and yeah, so yeah, but yeah, and of course it's setting Voodoo off because Voodoo is like at the door, and like I try to go out the door and she's trying to race me, and I don't need 2 cats out there, and they're black as well. Like, you can't see them. Beans is pure black. You can't see her at all. Lies, I'm back. I come back at the weirdest chat. I didn't read as much as I wanted to, but I did read something. But that's better than nothing. I have not read anything today at all. Not even a little bit this morning on that, because Voodoo last night, well, actually at 3 o'clock this morning, just after, jumped up on me in bed and scared the absolute crap out of me. And it took me hours to get back to sleep, like heart racing, heart attack material, like palpitations like this. And then it took me hours to get back to sleep. So in the hours that I was awake, I got some stuff done. So I was having a problem with the Discord connecting with the Patreon for the 2 highest tiers. And so I couldn't work out why it wasn't sending people over. And I was doing everything that it said. Anyway, I got it worked out. It took me about an hour and a half to work it out. And I was trying to get Coda to help me. Coda had no clue what was going on at all. Like, he goes, I can't see it. So, but I ended up getting the people that needed to be into the Patreon, into the Discord. And yeah, so I did that. And then I watched Coda's garden video, which was absolutely amazing and has inspired me to start collecting pots and stuff in readiness for spring. And yeah, and then I played a couple of games and that made me sleepy, but I knew if I picked up a book I would fall into it and I wouldn't go back to sleep, so I didn't do that. And I think it was about 5:30, 5:45 I finally dozed off, and then I woke up again at 8:15 I think it was. The bus went past, so it must have been 8:10, 8:15. And then I filmed for the rest of the day and edit and all that sort of stuff. But I was pretty happy because yesterday I got a lot of the work that I was supposed to do today done while I was on sprints with Coda. So, but to be honest, I haven't read that much in the last couple of days because, you know, it's the end of the month. It's been a huge month. I'm just having a look on Storygraph how much I've read because I'm pretty sure I've logged all my books. Let me just have a look here. So right now, I didn't log that one. I've read that one. And that was a 5-star read. A sweet little sapphic romance. And that was quite nice. That's called Stars Collided, and it's on KU by Rachel Lacey. So yeah, so all the other books I've got, I think I've got, oh, I went to the wrong page. I still have, which I'm probably going to finish in the morning, so I'll count that one. I've got Don't Fear the Reaper, the Vixen Amber Halloway, which only has 100 pages left. Don't Fear the Reaper, I'm at 22%. I don't think I'm going to get it finished this month, but never say never, because I still have sprints on Friday. Haunting Charlie, I am way further than 61% now, because I was listening to this last night. I've only got 50 minutes left. So, yeah. But right now I have 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 books still on the go. But 3 of those books I put aside because Mayhem rolled around. So I will, like Rebecca, I can probably finish. I think I'm 30% through that. A River Home I left because it's got water and stuff on it. I've only read 6% of it, so I'm probably going to read that during June because, yeah, I'm hoping some of the prompts might be similar to last year. Now, the Vixen Amber Halloway is an arc. It's only got 100 pages in it. I'm not going to get it done before the end of the month. So, at this point in time, I have logged all my books that I can see. Let me just have a look here where I may. I have read 21 books this month. If I get those books finished, that would be close to 27. Did I get my 31, 34 that I wanted to get done? No, because that pile's still there. They were, some of them, that's still there. So, yeah, I didn't get all of the books done, and there's still 5 on my Kindle Unlimited that I haven't read yet. So I don't think I'm going to get them done, which is not too bad because I was aiming for 20. The object of the game is 20. I have managed to get 15 off because Haunting Charlie is 14 off because I still have 5 in there. That can't be right. Well, it's 6 in there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, that must be book 15, not book 14. I can't count because they're all in there. So that's book 15. So yeah, I've only got 5 left. So I might be able to get, because there's one short one in there. So I might end up drawing that. Never know. There is a fantasy in there too. So, yeah. And it's got they've all got audio with them. So yeah. Good morning. How are you? Just getting up and getting ready for work. Nice. Well, hopefully you'll have a fantastic day at work. We are just about to go to another sprint. So let me just bring up this and change that to 60 minutes. Save that. All right, that's all saved. All right, I'm going to flip this over to the screen. Go this one this time. Actually, no, we'll go this one. Looks better. Yeah, so we're going to do a 60-minute sprint. We'll be back in 60 minutes. I don't know if I'm going to keep watching this TV show or what I'm going to do. I'm going to go out and look for the cat a bit more and see if I can't find her. And bring her in. But her kittens are meowing at me, but they're not meowing loud enough to aggravate her. So yeah, go poke the kittens, get them to meow so she comes. So yeah. Anyway, hopefully I'll have an update on that when we get back. My daughter's going to keep an eye out because sometimes she'll sneak out there, and then when Nerily comes home, she'll come to the door and Nerily will let her in. So, all right, I will see you all in Hello, we are back. How did we all go? I watched a bit more of Comes to Pembley. It's really good. It's got, of course, Wickham is still a douche, and he has been accused of murder. So interesting. Sitting in jail right now. It should be. And of course, he's causing all the trouble as per usual. So yeah. He's a character that you just gotta love to hate, right? And it's the guy that's playing him is the actor that played the vampire in Discovery of Witches. So yeah. It's only got 3 episodes though. So obviously, and I checked on I went and checked for the DVD, and it's only it's the equivalent of 3 episodes. So because it's from 2013, I think it was made. The book came out in 2011, and the author is P.D. James. We're going to have a look and see what else Mr. P.D. or Miss P.D. or whoever that person is, because you can't tell from that one. So yeah, I'm going to pull up a Goodreads and see what else this author has written. Because if this is anything, the show is anything to go by, the book must be pretty good. And I would like to read a bit more from this author. It's quite weird because I actually don't like A Pride and Prejudice. Like, it's not my favorite book, A Pride and Prejudice. Like, I'm not a Jane Austen fan. So, but I love watching the movies and the shows and all that sort of stuff. So, Death Comes to Pemberley is 6 years after Elizabeth and Darcy get together. And yeah, and it's got all the people in it, and Mrs. Bennet is still just as drives me mental. So yeah. Approve. So yeah, I'm just having a look and seeing what else this author writes. Okay, so there is a picture of P.D. James, and that would be Phyllis Dorothy James White, a baroness, born August 3rd, 1920, in Oxford, Oxfordshire, and died in 2014 on November 27th. So yeah, there's a lot there about the author. Let me have a look and see what else they have written. A lot. There's quite a few there. I don't know what the other ones are about, but Cordelia Gray is a series. Adam Dalgleish is also one. Obviously the one I'm watching now, which Death Comes to Pemberley. The Children of Men, they've also written. So in the Adam Dalgleish, I think it is, there's 14 books in that series, and Cordelia Gray has 2. Okay, interesting. Writes in the genres of crime, mystery, and suspense. There you go. Learn something new every day. Yeah, so this is because it's quite interesting, because there's another book. There's a book on my shelf, which is the same sort of thing, except Wickham gets killed in that one. The murder, I think it's Unfortunate Murder, or the Murder of Mr. Wickham, or something it's called. I can't remember who the author of it is, but that was really good too. Like that was Tilney and Darcy's son are they're in their early teens or like near 20 or whatever, and they're at so all the members of Pride and Prejudice come back together for like a get together over the summer. They're all going to stay there, and Wickham turns up and he ends up getting murdered, and then Tilney and Darcy's son solve the murder. So they're amateur sleuths. And that was really good. And there is a book 2 in that series. I just can't remember who the author was. Let me just... The Murder of Mr. Wickham is Mr. Darcy and Miss Tilney series. They are the sleuth. And it's number 1. So it's The Murder of Mr. Wickham, and it's by Claudia Gray. That was a lot of fun to read. I read that on Leandra's recommendation. So yeah, it was really good. And it, as I said, a summer house party turns into a whodunit where Mr. Wickham, one of literature's most notorious villains, meets a sudden and suspicious end in the mystery features Jane Austen's leading literary characters. So we've got the Knightleys, and we've got obviously Mr. Wickham, we've got the Darcys, and all that sort of stuff. So it's like from all of Jane Austen's books. And as I said, I'm not a fan of Jane Austen. I prefer the Bronte sisters over Jane Austen. But yeah, the retellings. The retellings are quite a fun little read. That's a really good question. Wasn't Claudia Gray one of the one who wrote some of the vampire series that for YA? Let me have a look. I'm not too sure. There is a book to that one as well. So Claudia Gray wrote Evernight, which I think I actually have on my shelf as well. 1,000 Pieces of You, which is a Firebird series. Evernight series, there's 3 or 4 in that. Firebird has a 3 in that. Master and Apprentice also. So in the Tilney and Darcy, there is a 3rd book coming out. The Late Mrs. Willoughby is the 2nd book. And the 3rd book is The Perils of Lady Catherine de Bourgh. She also wrote, so Evernight has 5 books in it, Firebird's 3. The Tilney and Darcy series has got 3 in it at this point. Constellation has 3 books in it, and Spellcaster has 3 books in it. So quite a number of books under their belt. So yeah. Claudia Gray is not my real name. I didn't choose a pseudonym because my real name is unpleasant. It isn't, because I'd always dreamed of calling myself this. I haven't. Okay, so yeah. Lives in New Orleans, and yeah. Anyway, lots of stuff going on there. I will have to get on to that 3rd book because I haven't read The Late Mrs. Willoughby. It's still sitting on my shelf, but I only got it a little while ago. So when is it coming out? Must be soon. June. Expected publication date, 18th of June. So I'll have to keep an eye out for that because I must have that on my shelf if I've got the other 2. So yeah, that's where we're at. Yes, I love that as a child. Awesome. All right, where were we up to? Courtney joined us for a bit there, popped in and then went back off to bed because it was too early. Monica went off to bed. Thanks for the spread. See you later, everybody. No worries. Thanks for joining. It's probably long gone by now because that was at like 8 o'clock. It's now 9. So you're probably long gone. As is Courtney's probably gone as well. I read Pride and Prejudice a while ago, but I need to revisit it now. I didn't enjoy it the first time. Yeah, I'm supposed to revisit it as well. And yeah, I still haven't. I actually have it on my TBR because I've got a TBR cart in my room that has classics on it. And it's on my TBR card. I read it a couple of years ago. I've read all of Jane Austen's works except for Lady Susan. I read them about 3 years ago, and I talked about them on my craft channel because I used to talk about books on my craft channel, and then I split my channel up because I was reading more and more. And yeah, I read them, and I wasn't a huge fan. And then I read the Bronte sisters, and I'm like, I so love the Bronte sisters so much more than Jane Austen. But a few of my friends are diehard Jane Austen fans, and they've asked me to revisit them again. And I said, reluctantly, I said yes. Have I done that yet? No. Will I do it this year? Maybe. But out of all of the books, I do like Northanger Abbey. Northanger Abbey would have to be my favorite. Persuasion would be probably my second. Mansfield Park would be my third. Then Pride and Prejudice. Then Sense and Sensibility, and I could not stand Emma. I never even finished Emma. And I don't think I will ever pick it up. I just couldn't. It was great. I was going through a bout of insomnia, so every time I picked it up, it would put me to sleep. So it was great for that. And I still do have a copy on my shelf of it. I would like to get the cloth-bound ones because I've got all the cloth-bound ones for the Bronte sisters that are available. And I've got a couple of other copies of the of books as well. So I got this copy of Jane Eyre, which I'm supposed to be reading soon with Brooklyn. I believe this one, I think, actually has some illustrations in it. No, it's not this one. I'm thinking of Anne of Green Gables. But yeah, so I've got a couple of different copies of Jane Eyre, and I've read quite a number of retellings for Jane Eyre as well. It does have a nice little illustration in the front. So, I got this for like $2.50. It's in really good condition. The papers are a little bit yellow, but I did watch a thing the other day where you get sandpaper and you can you just rub the top layer off and then they're white again, and it's just on the top, like it's nice inside, like it's not yellowed inside, it's just on the edges. So I'm thinking that I'm going to get some fine grit sandpaper, and you just apparently like that, and you just rub it along and it just takes off that layer and whitens it up. So because this is quite a nice little hardcover copy, and it's one that I'll probably just leave sitting on the, now that I don't have any children at home except for one teenager, it'll be okay to have just a, you know, on the side table where I can just pick it up and start reading it whenever I want and just enjoy it. But yeah, I've got all the cloth bound ones, but the only problem with the cloth bound ones, I can only read them in winter when my hands aren't sweaty, because if you read the cloth bound ones and your hands are sweaty, the little embossing comes off. So yeah, so I'm reluctant to pick them up. Yeah, but I want to get the Jane Austen cloth bound ones because I'm actually collecting them for my daughter. So but yeah, so I'm gonna try and clean this up and that with sandpaper. Yes, the Evernight one, I love that as a child. Excuse me, I had a sandwich before. I was still a bit hungry, so I had a sandwich and now I've got the hiccups, which is not great for talking on camera at all. Good morning, Alicia. How are you? Just popping in to say hi and good morning and hug the like button. Getting ready for a day at Universal. Ooh, fun. You're going to have a fabulous day. Jealous. Hey Jen, how you going? I just wanted to say hi. I've been lurking for a while. Hello. Well, thank you for saying hi. It's always nice to see people pop in and say hi. Let me just put this back. There we go. That's in its place. That's another one I'm supposed to be reading and I haven't even looked at. What are you reading today? Are you getting ready to work or anything like that? Northanger Abbey was good, yeah. I quite like that one. Yeah, I really like that one too. It's, as I said, it is my favorite one out of Jane Austen. Like, they're not bad books. They're just not she's not my favorite author. But in saying that, I'm also going to England in the beginning of 2026 with my daughter, and one of the places we're going is to Bath and to places that have some sort of significance to the great writers and whatnot. So yeah, we're going all over England apparently. I don't know where else she's dragging me, but anyway, I'm just going along for the ride. It's the first time she'll be traveling overseas, and she's like, "Can you come with me, Mum?" I'm like, "Of course I can come with you. I'm going to England. I'm there." We're also going to go up to Aberdeen in Scotland, where my family's from. Some of my family's from. We date back 600 years in Scotland, so quite interesting. Going to go and check that out. I've got to talk to my uncle before I go and see if there's any places that I should go and visit and that are significant to the family and all that sort of stuff, which will be great. And it'll be a lot of fun. So yeah. I'm going to try the sandpaper trick. Have a few books that have yellowed. Yeah, I said it the other day. Now, who was it? It'll come to me. Oh, it was Gina, Lucia, on her Instagram, I'm pretty sure. Or was it her YouTube? It was either a short or a reel that I've seen. And they got a book from a secondhand store. It had a stain on the front, but they couldn't get rid of that. But the yellowing pages, she used some sandpaper on it, and it worked really well. So I'm going to give that a go, because I've always wondered, how would you get rid of the yellowing? Because I do get a lot of secondhand books, especially in hardcover. And I'm just looking up there. The Godfather is quite yellow, but the pages are not. So I'm thinking that I might do when I said that the other time, I'm like, "Ooh, I can do it on that." And there's a couple of I'm just looking at all the secondhand books up there, and that all the hardcovers they could stand to have a go. I don't think I'd do it on a paperback, but definitely on the hardcovers and just clean them up a little bit. Ooh, it's getting that time. Excuse me. Oh, you on? I'm at work right now. I'm an overnight nurse, and I'm reading How to Survive Everything While My Patient Sleeps. That's fair enough. Well, hopefully we're not being too noisy. You've got your earbuds in. And we're keeping you company. It's always nice to have company when you're on the night shift. Saluna is back, and fun! Yeah! Did everybody throw their chips at you for winning? Oh, dear me. That's awesome that you won. And so next week you're going to have to throw the game, or you're going to win for like 3 or 4 weeks and then throw a game to get everybody off the scent. I have been, while you're away, I come across a TV show called Death Comes to Pembrey on Prime, and it's actually a book. I didn't realize until the second episode, and I already watched the first one. So, but I have put the book onto a wish list. I'm going to go and check, and see if I can't get it cheap somewhere. And we're just talking about Jane Austen, because it's Death Comes to Pembrey, so it's the Darcys 6 years on from when they've got together. So they've already got a kid, and of course Mr. Wickham is back. No, he's such a douche. And then we were talking about Claudia Gray, because I've got the Murder of Mr. Wickham on my shelf, and that is the Mr. Darcy and Tilney series. So they are amateur sleuths, and they basically solve the murders. So I think that they're in their late teens. I'm just looking here now. Does it say? It would say it on the first one, I think. I don't know. Why do I think that? All right, anytime now, page, load up. So the first one came out 2 years ago. This time, May 3rd, 2 years. 2 years ago, yeah. So the happily married Mr. Knightley and Emma are throwing a house party, bringing together distant relatives and new acquaintances. Characters beloved by Jane Austen fans, definitely not invited, is Mr. Wickham, whose latest financial scheme has netted him an even broader array of enemies. As tempers flare and secrets are revealed, it is clear that everyone would be happier if Mr. Wickham got his comeuppance. Yet they are all shocked when Mr. Wickham turns up murder, except, of course, the hidden killer amongst them. Nearly everyone at the house party is a suspect, so it falls to the party's two youngest guests to solve it. Juliet Tilney, a smart and resourceful daughter of Catherine and Henry, and eager for adventure beyond Northanger Abbey. And Jonathan Darcy, the Darcy's eldest son, who adherence to the propriety makes his father seem almost relaxed. The unlikely pair put aside their own poor first impressions and uncover the guilty party before an innocent person is sentenced to hang. So, yeah, it doesn't say how old they are. So that is The Death of Mr. Wickham. And it was a fun book. I had a great time reading it. I gave it, I'm pretty sure, let me have a look. It should have it there. 5 stars. And I've had a lot of fun. Like, there's been a couple of books that are supposed to have been like retellings and stuff like that, but I didn't think they did a good job. This one had done a really good job of bringing all and making it a little bit different. So yeah. I should read the second one. What's it called? The one that I was just reading at then is The Murder of Mr. Wickham by Claudia Gray. The book that the show that I'm watching is Death Comes to Pemberley, and that's by PD. Let me just open this up again. PD James is been passed away since 2014, but has written this one. It seems like it's the only one that is centered around the Darcys. So yeah, and it's 6 years after they've got together, and like as soon as Mrs. Bennet turned up, I'm like, oh my god, they found someone else to just be just as whiny. And there's some fun, like in the first episode, there was like, the swoon moments where we've got to call to the doctor and get him to give them a tonic to calm the women down and all this sort of stuff. So Lydia, so someone has died and Mr. Wickham has been accused of it in the TV show. This is the TV show. And he's been accused of it. And so Lydia comes rip snorting into Pemberley in the back of a carriage and like almost hyperventilating, hysterical because she heard gunshots, and she's left her husband and his friend in the woods, and she's all freaked out. So the doctors come and gave her and knocked her out basically. And he actually said, I've given her enough to tranquilize a horse. She's out cold. And then he goes, and now I'll go and sort your mother out. To Elizabeth. The father, Mr. Bennet, is like rolling his eyes and just little subtle movements that he's making with his facial expressions about his wife. And then like they were going out to look, this is in the first episode, going out to look for Wickham, and this other guy, I can't think of his name now, he's dead, so he's not a main character, he's just dead. And so they've gone out to, and he's and Mr. Bennet's like said to Mr. Darcy, please let me come. You could hear Mrs. Bennet upstairs carrying on. It's like, please take me. I don't care if it's raining. I don't care if it's dark. I don't care if I'm old. Just take me away. And honestly, I don't blame him. And then Lydia, as she is in the books, she is still the same in this show as well. And she is so full of herself. Like, she absolutely adores herself. Very interesting, yeah. And the book from Claudia Gray, there's actually 3 in that. There's The Murder of Mr. Wickham is the first one. And then the second one is the Late Mrs. Willoughby. And then the third one is which comes out in June, is The Perils of Lady Catherine de Bourgh. So de Bourgh, I think is how you say it. So obviously these people die. Someone is trying to kill Lady Catherine. So yeah, in that one. So I was just saying I'm going to have to get that and get it on my shelf because I've got the other two on my shelf. I haven't read the second one yet, so I'm sure I'll get to it. But they were fun. A lot of fun. All right. Oh gosh, I've already been chatting for nearly 30 minutes. Bloody hell. God, I can talk. What time is it? It is 9 o'clock. We finished at 11. So I'm probably going to do a 90-minute sprint. I think we'll do, and then come back, chat, wrap up, and send you all over to Coda on that. So let me go over here because I'm going to vacuum because the vacuum is now charged. So I'm going to do some chores and stuff. Let me just do the settings over here. And we would have done 2 1-hour ones to end, but I did that hour and a half to begin with because I had to edit and whatnot. So we'll finish with an hour and a half as well. And then that way we can wrap up and do all the things and send you all over to Coda. I can get Coda's, link and stuff now and pin that all to the top. But you should get taken straight over. It should just teleport you straight over there. Hopefully that's what will happen. All right, I'm thinking, why is my screen black? I was on the wrong screen. Oh my God. It's that time of the night where I get no flipping idea what I'm doing. That. All right, so grab your books, grab your cuppers, grab your snacks. It's probably that time of the night where, pizza should be being had and popcorn should be had and books and curling up into bed for those down under. And for those in the Northern Hemisphere, grab your coffee. Start getting going and all the things, and we will see you in an hour and a half, in 90 minutes, and we'll wrap things up and go over to Coda's. Happy reading, everybody. See you soon. Well, hello. Good morning, good evening, happy midnight, wherever you are. As you can see, that is the last sprint. And we're heading over to Coda's channel in a few minutes. But I finished watching, because there's only 3 episodes in Death Comes to Pemberley, and that was good. Like, I'm actually pretty keen to get the book and read the book, because if the show was that good, then the book must be pretty awesome. It was like, yeah, it was edge of your seat sort of stuff. Like, I won't spoil it because it's on Prime. It's only 3 episodes, so 3 hours of your time. Just under 3 hours actually, because it's their episodes are about 57 minutes. Yeah, it was a good show. I watched it tonight, started it, didn't realize it was a book until the 2nd episode. And then found out that who the author was, and we had a bit of a look at that last before we went to the sprint. And yeah, I'm glad that I watched it. I wasn't going to continue on, but yeah, so I've actually read nothing today. I am going to read a little bit before I go to sleep, because that'll help me wind down, because I've had a fair bit of coffee today and whatnot. But I am tired, so evidently from my yawning. But yeah, I'm pretty happy with that show. And the next one that just came, because you know how like it gives you recommended, or it comes up with the next thing that you should watch. Becoming Jane, I think it's called, is a movie. So I just let that play, and I've paused it and I've added it to my watch list. There's a whole heap of stuff around that period and revolving around Jane Austen that is on actually on Prime. So I was quite surprised. So last time I checked, there was nothing on there. So it looks like I've got some TV watching to do, but I will check first before and see if there's books, because I do prefer to read the book before I watch the TV show, just so I can do a comparison. So yeah, but if you've watched Discovery of Witches, the main male character in Discovery of Witches, I can't think of his name. I can't think of his name. Like, I read those books and absolutely loved them. Anyway, he plays Mr. Wickham in it. So it was really, like, I liked him in Discovery of Witches. I did not like him so much here. So yeah, but it was a really good show. I actually enjoyed it. It's very rare that I'll sit down and watch that much TV in one go. So yeah, but it worked out perfectly, because that hour and a half sprint meant that I can finish episode 2, and also because I was halfway through episode 2, and finish episode 3, which was good. So yeah, and thankfully, Mrs. Bennett wasn't in the last couple. Thank goodness. Where were we up to? Selena went off to get coffee, and that is Coda's channel there. It is also pinned to the top of the comments for anybody that wants to head on over there. You should get teleported over as soon as I finished. Coffee did sound good, but I've got early sprints. Christina's relying on me to be awake and ready to go for crafty sprints tomorrow. I think Jessica from New Zealand is also keen for it as well. I spent the past 10 minutes picking threads off this jacket. Like, you can't really see it unless you get up close, but I'm going to have to give this a pretty good going over, because I've worn it into the sewing room, and you don't even have to sew to get threads all over you here. You just walk out and they just instantly attach to you. I'm actually thinking of going and getting another one of these jackets and just putting one aside for going out, and having this one for in the studio. And it doesn't matter if it's got threads on it. I mean, anybody that comes here to drop quilts off, they've all got threads on them too. So it's just part and parcel of the industry that I'm in. I don't know why I've got the earphone in. There's no one here talking to me. But anyway, good morning, Elena. How are you? What are you reading today? What have you got planned? Books with Dreamcatcher popped in to say hi. They're about to go live on their channel as well, and also stopped by to hit the like button. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Christina, speaking of Christina, good morning. How are you? Wait, good evening. Just woke up and getting coffee. That's fair. That is fair. So yeah, I'm gonna get a good night's sleep tonight. Because I have a heart quilt to put together, which I have sitting down here ready to go. It's all in its little container. It's ready to go. I also have another quilt that I've got to put together tomorrow as well. So hopefully after putting some of the heart quilt together, I can get that together. And then I'll have a couple of things to show in QuiltTube, because I'm not going to edit the QuiltTube until tomorrow afternoon after I finish doing all my bits and pieces. And then I'll put it up on Patreon for a week. And then next Friday, it'll go up on the public channel. So you'll get to see the other quilt. If not, you'll see it tomorrow anyway. Bits and pieces of it. So yeah. Made coffee and raisin toast with cinnamon, sugar, and watched some booktube. I get through so much more now that I know I can speed it up 2 times. I know, right? I used to be very, very much a person that watched everything at 1 time speed on YouTube, and then I realized you could speed it up. Oh, mate, I was all over that, and now I consume like a bandit. But then it's leaving all the comments. So now I'm just leaving emojis. I'm leaving a love heart book, pile of books, and a like love heart, pile of books, love heart, to just let everybody know I've been here. I've watched your video. And if they say to leave an emoji, I'll generally leave an emoji. Sometimes I forget though. I just put mine in and off I go. But yeah, I just, because it takes so much time, like to comment and watch and all that sort of stuff. And you've got so many friends. So yeah, I might join the crafty sprints if I'm awake, as I have a diamond painting I was given a gift to do. Awesome. Come and join us. Talk a little bit of shish in the comments, and then we do some crafting. It works the same way, exactly the same way as here, but it's all craft. And we actually haven't really talked that much about books over there or anything. It's all been about craft and comments and looking for patterns and all that sort of stuff. And I think it's just a really good outlet, and it breaks up the week a little bit from just doing reading sprints. I mean, I do craft anyway during the sprints. And I mean, Neva also does diamond painting and stuff during sprints as well. But on the craft channel, it's just me over there working on my quilts and stuff. I've got like whips that I'm trying to get done, and I have a finish it Friday, and I also have these crafty sprints now, and it's actually making a big difference, absolute big difference. Except the quilt that I was working on the other day for QuiltTube, I know that I haven't found the paper piece one, the foundation paper piece. I haven't found that fabric. That is definitely not here. I've definitely used it in something else. I don't know where I put the pieces that I had joined together, because I showed them in a video at the beginning of the year, and they're now not here. I have looked everywhere. Like, I pulled this studio apart on the weekend because I was putting that quilt together, and I had blocks already cut, and I was so panicked that I was not going to get enough fabric out of the scraps that I had left to do 6 blocks. I managed to just scrape it in, and so I managed to get the row by row finished, and I'm keen to get it finished, because once it's finished, I have all the videos there for that to sell it as a video course. And I've been procrastinating on it because I feel, I don't know, I suffer really badly with imposter syndrome sometimes when it comes to this sort of stuff. I know I'm good at what I do, but then I go to put myself out in the world, and I feel very insignificant and like I don't know what I'm doing. And I really don't understand that, because you only have to watch my videos to know that I actually know what I'm talking about. And that, and yes, I do break the rules. I'm very much on the hit list for the quilt police and all the rest of it, because if there's a rule to be broken, I will break it, and they don't like it. But I've helped a lot of people. Like, I get emails from people all the time saying how much they appreciate the fact that I go step by step through the tutorials and all that sort of stuff. So evidently I know what I'm talking about, and I know what I'm doing. But when it comes to putting something big out there, I shrink into myself, and I don't get it. I don't know why I do it. Like, one side of me is going, why are you being so ridiculous? But that side that is suffering from imposter syndrome, man, that really controls. And that's why I truly believe that's why I haven't finished these 2 row by rows. But I've run out of room. So that's taken precedence now. So I'm getting it done. I might get that done and still, like, it's still going to be a week, maybe 2, maybe even a month before I get it quilted. So it's still like a couple of months off. But all the pattern pieces, all the pattern cutting instructions, all the videos are done and everything. I just haven't finished the quilt. Like, I've even like shown how to finish it in the videos, but I haven't done it physically to take pictures for the cover. Who knows why? To step into my mind. It's broken little fragment, little pieces that it's in. But, you know, hey, I embrace the Japanese tradition. I forget what they call it, but it's where they see the beauty in the broken. Always see the beauty in the broken. And that's why, you know, chipped pottery and all that sort of stuff, it's still beautiful. It's still a beautiful thing. It's still a functional thing. It's just got a chip in it. And that's why I always embrace the broken and the not quite perfect. A little bit skewy. Thanks for hosting, Nicole, even if they were mostly long nap sprints for me. I appreciate it. No worries, Kristen. You do have to sleep, you know. It's all good. It's all good. Yes, and we can relax and watch Nicole work if we want to. Very relaxing. I look forward to it. Fangirl moment. Also, fangirl moment because Sarah A. Parker reposted my When the Moon Hatched Instagram story. Go you. Look at you go. Oh my goodness, I'd be fangirling too. I do it sometimes on my craft Instagram. It's not a very big Instagram. I think like there's 2,500 people or something follow me and all the rest of it. But sometimes I get like the cross stitch designers and stuff will comment on something that I'm doing of theirs, and it's like, it's such a fangirl moment. Especially the blue flower. I love the blue flower stuff. Her designs are absolutely my goals is to get as good as her, but I'm so not there yet. But yeah, like I love her charts and everything. And she actually mentioned when I started up my cross stitch magazine, I didn't even know that she was following me on Instagram, and I mentioned that we had a magazine. I was in the process of putting out a, you know, online magazine, focusing on Australian designers and stuff like that, which didn't pan out because I don't know why it just didn't pan out that way. So I've got people from England, I've got a lady from Cyprus, I've got a couple of people from here in Australia and whatnot. And she mentioned it on her channel. I nearly fell off my bloody chair. like I'm oohing and ahhing over her stuff, and here she is talking about my, in comparison to her stuff, a crappy little magazine. And I'm like, I nearly fell off my bloody chair. So yeah, revel in that fangirl moment. Enjoy it, every moment of it. I've already on that one. Yeah, it is. It's nice, and I find it relaxing too. It's a good break up for the day, like the week, because I do a lot in the week. Not just here on, like when we're doing sprints and stuff like that, I'm also still working all the other stuff as well. So a lot of time I'll do audio and whatnot so I can keep doing stuff. I do have to set aside some sprints. I have to work out how I'm going to do it. And I think I'm going to do it on Wednesdays because I'm predominantly here by myself. So the talking aspect of it is only 30 minutes. We keep pretty keep to that. So yeah, I'm thinking that I'll probably start doing some of my design work during these sprints, because I can just put an audio book in and zone out. And yeah, we all have that. I'm the same with my music that I write. Imposter syndrome sucks big time, doesn't it? That is so cool. Like, I seriously nearly fell off my chair. So I always say relish in those moments where you get recognized by someone that you think is pretty cool. Because it's just, yeah. That we still shrink into ourselves. I can't wait to actually hear your music, to be honest. So I'm very, like, when you said the other day you had me at Missy Higgins. I mean, I love her music, so I'm pretty keen to hear your music. That anytime you want to share, you'll get my honest opinion. Fun fact, I used to work for a music magazine and used to review bands in New South Wales, down in Wollongong. I used to work at I don't even know if it's still a thing. I haven't looked. You know, Drum Media that gets around in New South Wales, like that has all the gig guides and all that sort of stuff. I don't know if that's still a thing or not, but years and years ago, down in the Illawarra, there was a street press that was called Pulse of the Illawarra, and I used to work for them. I used to do reviews and stuff like that, and I did a lot of admin work for them as well, like more admin work than reviews and stuff. But yeah, and I did like music industry courses. So I've done lighting, I've done sound recording and all that sort of stuff, studio recording, desk, like all the buttons and all that sort of stuff. And yeah, I was quite heavily in the industry down in Wollongong. Yeah. I actually miss it because it was fun times. Like, some of the bands, like, it was focusing a lot on like up and coming bands in the local area and stuff like that. Also, you know, things that were going on around town and all that sort of stuff. So yeah, lots of fun. That was when I left my first husband. I went into that industry, and yeah, it was great. I had a lot of fun. A lot of messy nights. And we'll just leave it at that, shall we? Drum Media, yep. Is it still around? You've done all those courses too. Yeah, they're good. They're pretty cool. I went to, there was a guy that had a home studio, that recording studio, and we done all the, like, we were doing mixing and all that sort of stuff for some of the local bands, and we did there was some of the people that were in the course that I was doing were actually in bands, and so we had an opportunity to mix their songs and stuff like that. It was actually really good, really interesting. Absolutely love it. I can't sing for shit. So if I was going to be in the music industry, it would be on the boards or something along those lines. It'd be definitely back of house, up in the scaffolds doing lighting or something. Probably not up in scaffolds because I'm not exactly that good with heights. But if I had to do it for a job and I was getting paid decent money, I'd probably do it. Like, yeah, I'll just get up there. Music industry is full of messy nights. Yes, very much so. I used to sell merch for an international touring company, bands, and some in the things, some of the things that I've seen. Yeah, we'll just, what happens at back of house stays at back of house, right? Fun times indeed. Fun times. All right. Well, we have got to 9 hours and 59 minutes. I'm going to bid everybody farewell. As I said, it's the last sprint, so you're going to be teleported over to Mr. Coda, and he will take care of you for the rest of the day while I go and get some of my crafty. What's going on in the background? It's all flashing and carrying on. That actually sums it up pretty well. So yeah, I'm gonna have a good night's sleep. Say hi to Coda for me. I'll probably pop into the comments because I generally do. Thank you for everybody that's hung out with me today. I really do appreciate it. And of course, we'll be back again on Thursday evening if you're in the Northern Hemisphere, Friday morning, 9 a.m. if you're in the Southern Hemisphere, 11 a.m. if you're over in Kiwi land. And yeah, and of course, I'll be around on the socials and through all the other comments and sprints and all that sort of stuff. Have a great night, everybody. I will see you all again very soon. And happy reading, everyone. Bye.